Kia ora mai tātou, he mihi kawana kia koutou ko taimai nei anō. I raro te tuanui a tēnei whare, he mihi kawana ki ngā kārangatanga kei Wainganui a koutou. Nō reira tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Good morning everybody, welcome to see everybody. Day 3, week 3, we're not counting. We're scheduled to start in just a few minutes, and we just had a few preliminary matters just to cover off. For the council yesterday, we were just asking for a response in terms of some of the consents and the rollovers that might. We're happy to hear about that later on today with the other matters, if that's okay with you. I don't think we've got any new people who have joined us. Is anyone new to the hearing thus far? This is your first day that you've come along? Apart from Napier and Hastings, because we've been doing introductions at the start of each of our weeks. So maybe we'll just quickly introduce ourselves, and then we'll make a start.
Kia ora, I'm Ro Kirikiri. I'm Wellington-based Indian Commissioner. Know this area pretty well. I mean, Mark and I go back a long time in the Hastings District Council. I'm just glad to be back here again.
Kia ora, Roger Marker. I'm Hawke's Bay guy, and been on several of these related panels.
Well, good morning everybody. Antoine Coffin, I've been the chair for Plan Change 9. About 25 years in Māori resource management and come from a heritage background. I'm an anthropologist who fell into planning, not the other way around. Good to see everybody.
Marina, my name's Brent Cowie. I'm a freshwater ecologist. I've been working in resource management for about almost 40 years now, 40 years as of next May. And those roles have included 12 years running the resource management side of a regional council and 20 years as a private consultant. Thank you.
Kia ora. My name's Greg Ryder. I'm also a freshwater ecologist, water quality scientist, based in Dunedin. Been down there for a long time now. I have my own business, consulting in RMA and ecology and freshwater quality, and I've been an independent commissioner for, 20 or so years.
Well, that's us. Just in terms of your presentation today, we're happy to present in the way that you see fit. You've got quite a bit of time there. Thank you very much for the summaries, and we've also received the legal submissions. I did notice it was about 5 to 9 that we actually received them. I'm not sure if you sent them at 5 to 9, but we got them at 5 to 9 that night. So I'm not sure all of the panel have read the legal submissions. I've been able to go through them yesterday, but we'd be happy for you to just take your time taking us through the legal submissions and then the summaries as you see fit. We wouldn't mind some introductions, but so there's. We know the names on paper, but we might not know the names and faces. So that would be really useful to us, and take your time with that so we can write the names down. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Asha Davidson. I'm the council for Hastings District and Napier City Councils. But I will let probably individuals introduce themselves.
Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Mark Clues. I've been working for the Hastings District Council for coming up 36 years, and the Hastings City Council before the District Council. I'm a land use planner by training, dabbling here in some water issues, and know one or two of our Hawke's Bay whānau here. So pleased to be here to assist the Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Clues.
Morning everyone, my name is Cameron Drury. I'm a planning consultant with a company called Strategy. I've been practicing planning here in Hawke's Bay since 2004 or so. Been a planning consultant since 2006. During that time I've worked in both district council functions as well as regional council functions. Over that time prepared a lot of applications for ground and surface water takes, water harvesting proposals, and was also the consultant who pulled together the Twyford Water User Group global consent approach as well. So yeah, enjoy getting involved in this matter.
Good morning, I'm Annette Sweeney and I'm a planning consultant and Three Waters engineer with Good Earth Matters Consulting, and I've been working in this space in terms of consenting infrastructure and plans in terms of water resources infrastructure for about 25 years, and have been working with Hastings District Council in terms of their water supply consents for best part of about 10 years now.
And you work in the same office as Ms Gray?
I
so-
do. Ms Wilson.
Kia ora koutou, my name is Paulina Wilhelm. I'm the manager of city development for Napier City Council. I've been in Napier City Council for the last 4 years, but involved in policy planning for the last 20 years, mainly managing teams that work in strategic policy and policy development. I'm a forestry engineer, that is my studies, and I have a master in natural resource management. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today.
Yes, good morning. My name is Russell Bond. I'm the manager of water strategy for Napier City. I've been in operations and asset management since for a good 23, 24 years now, and I've had the pleasure of working with councils in the far north, Hamilton City, Queenstown, Central Otago and Napier as well. So.
Okay. It would probably be inappropriate to ask you which is the best place in the
Correct. Yeah.
We won't ask you that question. I must say, oh, sorry.
Sorry, kia ora koutou, ko Brett Chapman aho, no Marainui aho, local born and bred in Napier. I've worked at Hastings District Council for the last 15 years as the Water Services Manager, 3 Waters Manager. I've had 30 years experience in managing drinking water, wastewater and stormwater. So looking forward to the presentation.
Thank you. Yes, obviously, we're happy for you to present in the way you see fit, but we wouldn't mind understanding what the order of presenters is going to be. Thanks.
So what I was intending is to just outline my legal submissions.
Sure.
Then I thought we'd call this sort of contextual evidence, I guess you'd call it, from Mr. Clues and Ms. Wilhelm. And then I thought we would call Mr. Chapman and Mr. Bond, which basically cover the actual delivery of water services within the councils, and then get into the planning evidence with Ms. Sweeney first, and then Mr. Drury. That was the plan of attack.
Thank you.
If that suits. But in terms of answering questions, I'm happy I'll have everyone sit up, and if there's questions to, for instance, Mr. Chapman, that Ms. Sweeney might be best to answer, if you sort of allow some flexibility in terms of who's best placed to answer it, just to make sure you get the best information.
Yeah, we're very happy with that approach. Thank you.
Yes, so I've, hopefully everyone's got a copy of the legal submissions.
These ones
I
are titled
do.
Outline of Submissions. Yeah.
Outline of submissions for Hastings District Council in Napier, date of the 21st of June, albeit quite late on the 21st of June. Apologies for that.
We'll get lots of electronic mail late at night.
Yeah. I'll take you through it. If there's anything that I'm repeating, given that you've heard 3 weeks of legal submissions, I'm happy to take anything that's read.
If there's instances of deja vu, we'll let
yes.
you know.
And I have tried to read a lot of those and hopefully just adopt other people's submissions or refer to them where I can. So as you know, these submissions are given on behalf of Hastings District and Napier City Councils. I've referred to them as the councils because I couldn't think of anything more punchy, so I'm not intending to include the regional
I
council
was
in
under
that.
the understanding there was a rivalry between Hastings and Napier. I haven't seen any evidence of it thus far,
No.
and you all sitting together probably proves the point.
We've tried to set out in the evidence, particularly that of Mr. Clues, that the councils have played an active role in the preparation of proposed Plan Change 9, and Mr. Clues has gone through in quite some detail the significant background work that's gone into Plan Change 9. So while supportive of what Plan Change 9 seeks to achieve overall, the provisions will have a significant impact on the councils in their various capacities, particularly in terms of their roles as water suppliers and in terms of their obligations to provide for the well-being of their current and future communities. So the councils filed reasonably extensive submissions and further submissions on Plan Change 9 with a view to ensuring the provisions are workable and consistent with their various statutory obligations. So we've called evidence to support those submissions, both to provide the panel with the context and reasons for the positions and detailed planning evidence to explain the rationale for the changes sought. And you will have seen we prepared a full track change version of Plan Change 9. That was based on the 42A version. We haven't produced a further track change version of the addendum report, but particularly Mr Drury and Ms Sweeney will address where any changes in that report have addressed their concerns. I've also tried to identify...
Appendix A.
Appendix A has...
And so they'll refer directly back to the evidence in chief that we have?
Yes, other than where I've noted in the third column summary, that suggests that Ms Sweeney will give some further commentary.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Moving on to paragraph 4, as I say, coming at the end of several weeks of hearings and numerous sets of legal submissions, I don't intend to address you on the tests for assessing plan changes. I've focused on some of the legal issues that the panel will need to consider when assessing the council's submissions and determining the most appropriate content for Plan Change 9. And in summary, those are the relevance of the freshwater management and urban development NPSs and how those can be reconciled, the approach to assessing prohibited activity status in Rule Tank 12, and the approach to assessing the appropriate extent of source protection zones for the Hastings district. So turning to the National Policy Statement on Freshwater Management, again by this stage of the hearing you will have heard numerous submissions on the impact of that NPS and how it fits with Plan Change 9, and I don't intend to address you on that in detail, but I can indicate that the councils generally endorse the approach set out by Mr Gardner-Hopkins in his legal submissions for Mr Apple. And in summary, those points were if there is scope, then changes which give effect to the NPS-FM must be made. Care needs to be taken to read the NPS's policies in context, and while directive language is used, this only applies in certain contexts and where definitions are clearly met. And I've discussed this particularly in relation to Policy 11 later in the submissions. And finally, given the significant effort that's been put into the TANK collaborative process and into Plan Change 9 so far, the councils agree with the submissions from Mr Apple and others that Plan Change 9 should not be withdrawn, even if it doesn't go so far as to give complete effect to the NPS. So on that last point, the councils have carefully considered whether they should endorse the approach taken by Ngāti Kainunu and others who seek the withdrawal of Plan Change 9 and for the process to be restarted with the requirements of the NPS and particularly Te Manawatūai as the primary focus. The councils acknowledge that viewpoint. However, they are conscious of the significant time, effort and expense that has been incurred by all participants in reaching the current version. On balance, they consider it as appropriate to bank the effort that's been made by getting the best possible version of Plan Change 9 in place, even if further changes may be required to fully implement the NPS. This will at least allow progress to be made towards achieving the freshwater quality and quantity objectives. And just to note that in terms of the relief sought by the councils, the expert planning evidence has not identified any aspect that would render Plan Change 9 inconsistent with the NPS-FM.
Insofar as your submissions?
Insofar as the relief that the councils are seeking.
I guess the other thing in that context is the council has to redo its whole regional plan by the end of 2024 anyway.
Right.
So that gives them an opportunity to implement the MPS FM in full, assuming it's still there in its current form.
Yes. All councils are grappling with that, yes.
More than grateful.
Yes. So turning to the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, which was also promulgated in 2020, just as Plan Change 9 must give effect to the MPS FM, it must equally give effect to the MPS on urban development. So the Regional Council, Napier City and Hastings District are all listed as Tier 2 local authorities in Appendix 2 to the MPS. So the provisions of the MPS apply equally to the Regional Council. There is an obligation on all three local authorities to at all times provide at least sufficient development capacity to meet expected demand for housing and for business land over the short term, medium term and long term. And Mr. Cluse's evidence provides a detailed discussion of what this obligation means for the councils in practice. In short, they must have enough land live zoned for expected demand within the next 3 years, either zoned or proposed to be zoned within 3 to 10 years, and identified in a future development strategy for demand in the 10 to 30 year period. And that, as I say, includes demand for housing and business land. The requirement is that that land must also be infrastructure ready. And I agree with the legal submissions for low corporation that the reference to infrastructure in the MPS UD necessarily includes the ability to actually service the intended development. The ability to provide water to service planned development is a precursor to rezoning land or to constructing the infrastructure necessary to service it. A plan change to open up land for residential or business development could not succeed without evidence that it could be serviced for water. Any such proposal would fail to give effect to the requirement of the Regional Policy Statement that I've set out there at Policy Urban Development 13, that the provision, development which will not be serviced, and that includes from the provision of potable water, will be avoided. And as you know, avoided is a very directive term. Mr. Cluse has explained how the population projections used for HPUD's 2017 are now found to have significantly underestimated actual growth, and projected growth is now substantially greater than what that document predicts. The councils are committed to and have already demonstrated efficiency and conservation measures which will allow them to provide water to a growing population within their existing allocated volume. In Hastings' case, it's actually relinquished allocation for 6 million cubic metres of water annually and is still currently able to service its growing population. The HPUD's review process is not yet complete. Depending on its outcome and the expected demand it identifies, it might be possible for that demand to be serviced for water within existing allocations. But at this stage, we do not know that. Given the high growth demands outlined in Mr. Cluse's evidence, it may be unlikely. The Regional Council's response to the panel's queries about how municipal supplies are affected by Plan Change 9 tellingly states, enabling HDC and NCC to retain their current allocations will provide them some room for growth in the short term, but also acknowledges the need to phase out and avoid over-allocation in the tank catchment. Now, no evidence has been called for the Regional Council to support the contention that the consented volumes are sufficient for growth in the short term, which I've assumed means the next 3 years, given that that is how the Urban Development MPS defines it. The reference to providing some room for growth indicates that the author does not properly appreciate the obligations that apply to HBRC under the MPS UD. Providing some room for short-term growth is not sufficient to meet the Regional Council's statutory obligation. That simply fails to implement the directive requirements of the MPS. The councils are not seeking free rein to have unlimited access to water to service the growth they are required to provide for. They support the numerous provisions requiring efficiency measures and working within existing allocations being the clear starting point and preference. What they do seek, though, is that Plan Change 9 not foreclose the possibility that an increased allocation may be required in order for them to meet their urban development obligations. At present, there is a real possibility that such a proposal would be a prohibited activity. Ms Sweeney's evidence from para 19 sets the issue out clearly. An application for water which exceeds current consented allocation is either a discretionary or prohibited activity. And as Ms Sweeney explains, there's real doubt that the criteria under Tank 11 would be satisfied. And the more likely outcome is that Tank 12 would apply and no application could be made at all. Ms Sweeney has suggested an amendment to Tank 11 to clarify that increased allocations for municipal supply are captured, and this is the preferred relief. Alternatively, she suggests a non-complying activity for such applications. In either case, there would be a full assessment against relevant objectives and policies and assessment of effects. Given the specificity of the objectives and policies, in my submission, it could be expected that only proposals that could demonstrate every effort had been made at ensuring efficiency and that the bare minimum of additional allocation was sought would have a chance of being approved. In terms of those objectives and policies and some consequential changes, Ms Sweeney sets out some changes that are sought, with an important one being that growth predictions should be tagged to the current growth projections rather than HPUD's 2017. Continued reference to outdated growth projections is not justified in the face of the NPS UD's obligations to keep pace with current projected demand and places all three councils at risk of being in breach of their statutory obligations. So the council officer's reference to allowing, quote, some growth while phasing out over-allocation may be a suggestion that the provisions of the NPSs have conflicting requirements and that HPRC has made a policy choice to implement the freshwater management NPS over that for urban development. As the High Court held in Transpower New Zealand and Auckland Council, there is no basis on which to prefer or give priority to the provisions of one national policy statement over another, much less to treat one as trumping the other. Rather, the courts are clear that the decision maker must attempt to reconcile any competing provisions. The Supreme Court in EDS and King Salmon held that decision makers dealing with potentially incompatible policies must make a thoroughgoing attempt at finding a way to reconcile them. And that requirement was recently reiterated in the High Court's decision in Tauranga Environmental Protection Society, where the court summarised the task as follows, and I'll just read that because it's quite short. A decision maker considering a plan change application must identify the relevant policies and pay careful attention to the way they're expressed. As with any legal instrument, the text of the instrument may dictate the result. When policies pull in different directions, their interpretation should be subjected to close attention to their expression and only, stick to the words since I'm quoting, where there is doubt after that, recourse to Part 2 is required. The Supreme Court in the King Salmon decision and the High Court in Tauranga Environmental Protection Society emphasised that being too quick to resort to an overall balancing exercise with reference to Part 2 was a legal error. The overriding obligation is to give effect to both sets of requirements. In the case of Plan Change 9, the conflict is most clearly crystallised in Rule Tank 12, which makes most applications for increased takes a prohibited activity. In my submission, and as set out above, this rule conflicts with Policy 2 of the NPSUD. Tier 2 local authorities at all times provide at least sufficient development capacity to meet expected demand for housing and for business land over the short term, medium term and long term. The prohibited activity rule is presumably intended to give effect to Policy 11 of the Freshwater Management NPS. Freshwater is allocated and used efficiently. All existing over-allocation is phased out and future over-allocation is avoided. So in considering how to give effect to both requirements, applying the directive of the higher court set out above, the panel must first pay close attention to the expression of these policies. In this regard, careful attention is required, what is actually required in terms of avoiding over-allocation as provided for in the NPS-FM. Over-allocation is to be phased out, which means it is expected to take some time for that to occur. The reference to future over-allocation suggests that phase is to occur after existing over-allocation has been brought within within appropriate limits. In relation to the limits required to be met, Plan Change 9 provides for 90 million cubic metres as an interim limit. However, that's not a take limit. That's been set in accordance with 3.17 of the NPS. The basis for it has been challenged by a number of submitters, and the Council's submission is that this is more properly referred to as a target. It is therefore not the case that an allocation which exceeds the interim limit or target would necessarily be contrary to phasing out existing over-allocation or result in future over-allocation. The second stage is for the panel to consider whether both policies can be given effect to. And in my submission, it's entirely possible for Plan Change 9 to give effect to both Policy 2 and Policy 11 by amending the prohibited status to non-complying and or providing for increased allocations for municipal uses as a discretionary activity to be assessed against the relevant objectives and policies. That activity status leaves open the possibility of a particular proposal that implements the growth obligations of the NPS-UD being consented, provided an applicant can demonstrate that water will be used efficiently and will not otherwise conflict with the NPS's requirements, as those are reflected in the objectives and policies of Plan Change 9. It's also important that objectives and policies be amended to better reflect the obligation to enable housing and business land through provision of water. If that is not done, the result will be a default prohibited activity, given the ability to comply with objectives and policies that reference outdated growth projections and do not contemplate the need to service growth. In my submission, where a path is available to the panel that reconciles and gives effect to both policies, a decision to retain prohibited status would amount to favouring one NPS over the other, meaning Plan Change 9 would breach the requirements of Section 67(3)A in failing to give effect to the NPS-UD. So turning to my second topic, which is prohibited activity status. In the event that the panel does not consider that the status of Rule Tank 12 should be amended from prohibited to non-complying just by virtue of the NPS-UD, you are nevertheless obliged to consider whether prohibited status is the most appropriate way of giving effect to the objectives of Plan Change 9 and the existing regional plan. It's important to bear in mind that having a non-complying activity granted consent is by no means an easy path. Following the decisions referred to earlier, including King Salmon and resource consent decisions such as RJ Davidson, the courts have been at pains to ensure that any consent granted is consistent with the objectives and policies of the plan under which it is decided. This is generally in recognition that the objectives and policies reflect the higher order statutory documents and ultimately Part 2 of the RMA. They also reflect the outcome of the community's participation in the plan process, and generally, courts are slow to depart from that collective view. Locally, Hastings has had a number of decisions which declined non-complying proposals where they conflicted with the objectives and policies of the recently approved Hastings District Plan. And it's important to note that this is even where it was accepted that effects on the environment were less than minor. In the Stone decision that I've quoted there, the court said that the Hastings proposed district plan, as it was then, has recently been prepared and should be respected as containing the most recent statement of the community's aspirations for its district. To grant consent may give rise to concerns about public confidence in the consistent application of the rules in the proposed district plan. A further example is the Tauranga Environmental Protection Society decision, which only came out about 3 weeks ago. That case concerned an application by Transpower New Zealand for discretionary activity consent to realign electricity transmission lines, which was granted by the Council and upheld by the Environment Court. However, on appeal, the High Court found that there were provisions of the Regional Coastal Plan which meant that the grant of consent was an error of law. The provisions there were policies that implemented the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement and provided cultural bottom lines which needed to be given effect to. So I've referred to those decisions because in my submission they illustrate that the objectives and policies of a plan have real teeth when it comes to assessing discretionary and non-complying activities. In my submission, this addresses the concerns set out in the Section 32 report that prohibited status would avoid the potential for assessing a single activity as no more than minor while not fully accounting for cumulative effects. As I've noted, and has repeatedly been recognised in the Environment Court decisions, an absence of adverse effects is not decisive of an application for consent. In my submission, prohibited status is not necessary to achieve the policies and objectives of Plan Change 9. On the other hand, Mr Drury and Ms Sweeney point out objectives and policies of the regional plan which aren't affected by Plan Change 9, which would not be achieved if prohibited status was imposed. The non-complying fallback status or discretionary, as we're seeking for municipal takes, will, with the right objectives and policies, provide an opportunity for proposals which have real environmental merit, while providing no realistic pathway to consent for those that offend what Plan Change 9 is trying to achieve. So the third topic for my submissions is the source protection zones. So an outstanding issue between Hastings District and Hawke's Bay Regional Council is the mapping of source protection zones around Hastings District Council's bores. As outlined in the evidence of Mr Chapman and Ms Sweeney, Hastings seeks a conservative line which encompasses the areas identified in both the numerical and analytical models. And I should note there that while we didn't include a track change version of Schedule 35 in our track change version, there would need to be a consequential change to just capture that, or if the panel were minded to grant the relief in terms of the map, that would just need to be reflected in Schedule 35. So in deciding which map to prefer, the requirements of Section 32 to consider costs and benefit and the risk of acting on uncertain information are relevant to the panel's decision. A useful starting point is to consider the purpose of source protection zones. Objective Tank 9 provides that activities in source protection areas for registered drinking water suppliers do not become unsuitable for human consumption. And that's given effect to by Policy Tank 6, which provides that the quality of groundwater of the Heretaunga Plains and surface waters used as source water for registered drinking water suppliers will be protected. And it's noted that the requirement to protect is a directive term with no qualifiers given. So as described in paragraph 45 of Mr Chapman's evidence, the purpose from the Council's perspective of SBZ plans and associated regulatory controls is to ensure that applicants engage with water suppliers in developing their applications and that appropriate assessments are undertaken to evaluate the impact of proposed activities on the drinking water source. Importantly, what is sought to be protected here is the safe and secure provision of drinking water to the community, or put another way, the avoidance of a significant adverse effect on the environment in the form of potentially life-threatening contamination of drinking water. Even where the possibility of that type of effect arising is one of low probability, its extremely high potential impact means that it is an effect as defined in the RMA and must be considered. The Regional Council prefers that the source protection zone maps around the HDC bores be much smaller. And the rationale for that is set out in the reply evidence of Mr Rakowski, who essentially states that the numerical model contains less uncertainty than the analytical model and is therefore less conservative. Mr. Rakowski's evidence does not assert that there is no or negligible risk associated with the discharge of contaminants of land use activities in areas that are within HDC's preferred SPZ, but outside HBRC's. Rather, he appears to be saying that there is a lower probability of an effect occurring. In my submission, that is not a sufficient reason to prefer the smaller area. Even if the panel accepts that there is a low probability of contamination in these areas, having regard to the very high potential impact, it is open to the panel to prefer the more conservative approach preferred by Hastings District Council. And Section 32.2 provides a useful, indeed mandatory way to assess the alternative maps before the panel. So in terms of the benefits anticipated from implementation of the source protection zone provisions, in my submission, a greater benefit is clearly achieved through having a larger area within the source protection zones. Mr. Chapman will address you further on this, but a key point that he pointed out to me this morning is that the Omahu industrial area is within Hastings District Council's map, but outside the Regional Council's map. And that's a great example of the types of activities that we really want to be able to capture and assess for risk. More activities that might have a potential impact on source water will be caught, and measures to ensure there is no such effect identified and put in place. Even if one such risk is avoided, in my submission, that's a clear benefit which must be factored into your assessment. In terms of the costs of having a larger source protection zone, Ms. Sweeney's evidence addresses the regulatory burden arising from having an SPZ applying over a person's land, and concludes that there is no additional burden where the area overlays the unconfined aquifer. In that area, consent would be required anyway, and the SPZ notation simply adds a matter of consideration. She notes that a consenting requirement is triggered for some activities in areas not within the unconfined aquifer for a restricted discretionary activity. That is a relevant cost which the panel needs to weigh up, although Ms. Sweeney's evidence notes that a permitted activity is not a zero cost option. The other aspect of Section 32.2, which is relevant, is the requirement to assess the risk of acting or not acting if there is uncertain or insufficient information about the subject matter of the provisions. Mr. Chapman will address the panel on his response to Mr. Rakowski's evidence on the superiority of the numerical models over the analytical method. Both are tools to predict the behaviour of groundwater, which is itself relatively unpredictable and is subject to changes as a result of unpredictable events, such as flooding and earthquakes. And I've noted there Mr. Rakowski's evidence on stream depletion, so not directly on the source protection zones, but given in another context. I won't read that, but it acknowledges that there is a relatively high connection to the rest of the Heretaunga aquifer system, and the exact nature of connection may be uncertain. So the panel is clearly dealing with uncertain information and must consider associated risks. The risk of acting on the basis of the Regional Council preferred SPZ maps is that they will prove to be insufficiently conservative and potential sources of contamination will not be picked up and assessed. That is a risk that cannot properly be ignored or dismissed. Mr. Rakowski describes the merging of analytical and numerical methods as unnecessarily conservative. That statement is not explained further, and I submit that it is an opinion Mr. Rakowski is not qualified to give and must be disregarded. The degree of conservatism appropriate when dealing with serious risk to human health is for this panel, not a modeller. The panel will need to consider the probability that Mr. Rakowski's model might have underestimated the area of concern and the implications of any such error. In my submission, even if that probability is low, the potential costs of being wrong are so substantial and the costs of identifying a larger area so minor in the scheme of things that an evaluation under Section 32 weighs heavily in favour of Hastings District Council's preferred maps. So those are my submissions. Happy to take questions or to take them in the context of submissions to witnesses if that's easier.
We'll just see if we've got any general questions regards to your... I've got a couple. Can I ask them?
Yeah, there's one
Yeah.
general statement.
We'll open up for some questions now.
And just one comment and then one matter that you'll need to address. There's been general comment during the course of the hearings that the councils prolifically waste water compared with other water users, and that their delivery of water is inefficient and pipes leak and all that sort of thing. The only evidence that I found that addresses that comprehensively is one figure in Ms Sweeney's evidence. I would like to know from others what the current leak assessments are and what matters are being used to address that. So that's certainly, it's been a general statement from quite
Yes.
a lot of people.
Thank you. And Mr Chapman and Mr Bond are probably the ideal people to assist you with an answer to that question. And if there's anything specific that you'd like us to provide to help you assess those submissions, then we're happy to provide that afterwards.
The other matter is that you have criticised Mr Rakowski's qualifications to outline the evidence that he gave. He's a modeller, not a health expert, if you like. I note that Mr Chapman's evidence doesn't give his qualifications, and you say you're relying on his evidence, so when he gives his evidence I'll be asking him his qualifications, because we have Mr Rakowski's. I don't see any sign of his in his evidence. Okay.
Yes, thank you. I'd just note that you're obviously entitled to receive any evidence that assists you. Certainly experience is as much a qualifier as necessarily degrees.
It's a question of what weight we
Yes.
give the evidence, of course.
That's correct. My submission about Mr Rakowski's evidence was particularly in the context of him giving the opinion that the maps were inappropriately conservative. In my view, that's a very much a weighting exercise and something that requires a much wider assessment than just what a model produces. So it was, I'm not criticising his modelling at all. What I'm criticising is his ability to give you an opinion as to whether or not that's a proper basis or a complete basis on which to make decisions about where or where not consent should be required.
And just the third matter, I guess, is that lots of people have brought up Rule 12 as
Rule
a
12.
prohibited activity,
Yes,
and,
that is
and question that strongly. So.
something that's going to be an important decision for you to make, and I suppose that's a good thing that you've got lots of information to assist you.
Well, I guess it's a matter of if we're looking at non-complying activity status, it's, and I know Mr Drury's got some suggestions about wording,
Yes.
and I think Ms Sweeney has as well. It's a matter of how broadly we want that to be available to a variety of users, not just the territorial authorities.
Yes, and you're right that Mr Drury's evidence is certainly wider than just applying to municipal authorities. Obviously our case is quite focused on that because
yeah.
that's in our submission a Tier 2 matter, whereas some of the other matters might be a Tier 3 under the NPS FM, so you might want to provide a more limited opportunity for those, and also yeah, so you'll understand the focus on municipal, but
Sure,
also
sure.
trying
I
to open
understand
the door.
that. Thank you.
Yes.
Were it not for the cost and time factor, what would be your position on giving full effect to the NPS FM, in particular to Manawa Te Wai? you make the point there that you considered it seriously, but because of the fact of the cost factor, the time factor, that probably it wouldn't be a wise thing to stop it and start again?
I don't know if it's fair to say it's just a cost and time. I think that it's more that the cost and time that people have put in so far have probably taken plan change or the regional plan closer to giving effect to the NPS-FM than it would be in an unamended form. And what I say is that we should bank that effort and then sort of look to bringing the whole plan in alignment with the NPS-FM, rather than throwing out everything that's been achieved so far through the Plan Change 9 and starting again. I think that we are one step closer to achieving the requirements.
Which would in effect be supporting the staged approach that people have been talking about for implementation of NPS-FM.
That's right. I don't think there's any doubt that there are going to need to be further changes to the regional plan to bring it fully in alignment. But in my view, we're a little bit closer now than we were than we would be without Plan Change 9. So,
okay. And you're all fairly comfortable with that, and as an ongoing.
yes.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, good, thanks.
Thank you.
Most of my questions are related specific to the evidence. We'll get to those, but I just had just a couple of general questions. We've heard over the course of our 2.5 weeks from a number of water users. Many of them will crassly say in the rural parts of the districts and certainly in the region. And there's a, it seemed to me and the panel members, there's a perception of the city versus the rural. And the rural users are being asked to control, restrict, limit and reduce their water takes, and the city dwellers have an unlimited supply forever. That's I'm saying that was the perception
yes.
that we were hearing, and I just wondered whether you had any comments in regards to that as a general nature.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I know I've read the Low Court submission that was sort of seeking some alignment, and I think the witnesses should be able to assist there that the municipal suppliers don't actually supply industrial process water. So I think the low perception was that, you know...
That was going to be my second question, getting into the sequence of what was business land included for municipal supply and which wasn't.
Yes, and I think Mr Chapman's probably best, and Mr Bond perhaps for Napier, but yeah, as I say, my understanding is that municipal suppliers to industrial or business land supply the office workers, the ablutions and that sort of thing, but not actually the process water. Those are self-supplied through generally their own bores. So they would be subject to the actual and reasonable limitations rather than the slightly different provisions that apply to municipal water.
Okay, thank you. Just the other matter was just in regards, you provided some advice to us in regards to potential tensions and solutions of resolving conflict between some of the specific policies of the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management and Urban Development. But I just wanted just focusing in again on the National Policy Statement for Freshwater, and particularly the hierarchy that's identified there in Te Manawatū. Did you have any view in regards to the Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 hierarchy and the potential tensions of, particularly around making sure there's enough water in the waterways for ecosystems, visitors, providing water for human needs, particularly drinking water?
I think that is likely to come up in when we get to the water storage sort of plans, and Mr Clues I know has quite particular views on that, so he might be able to assist you. And again, the planners may have a different view, but in terms of actual allocation, other than providing some recognition of municipal and health needs and reasonable domestic needs, I don't necessarily see Plan Change 9 as differentiating too much between Tier 2 and Tier 3. As I say, that may come up later in some of the schemes where
Well, that's certainly my perception, but we've certainly heard submissions from particular submitters who are wanting much more emphasis on the Tier 1 and less on Tier 2 and 3. So yeah, there's a conflict in terms of what some of the submitters are requesting, but I was just saying if you had any particular view from your perspective.
Yes. I don't think there's anything I particularly want to add, as I say, Mr. Clues may do. My concern would be that it can't come at the cost of completely shutting down growth because of the competing or parallel requirements of the urban development policy statement, and that is, I mean, I'm not going to call them conflicting because, as the courts say, that's your job to try and reconcile them.
We're going to
But it is
reconcile potential tension between
there is certainly a potential tension between them, so that, but I guess that would come within the Tier 2, and perhaps the implication is that it makes life a bit difficult for those that are in Tier 3.
Yes, and we've certainly heard from submitters who consider themselves not to be in Tier 3 but in Tier 2.
Yes, I read some of those
others who believe those who are in Tier 2 should be in Tier 3. So there's a little bit of playing going on, but that's okay. Let's move on to your
So
experts.
I was intending to call Mr. Clues
Sure.
next.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. As a land use / strategic plan, as I mentioned before, you've had a fairly comprehensive, in my view, expose of the strategic context of my evidence in chief. And I don't have anything particular to add to that, leaving aside the inevitable editorial errors that might have crept in. But I do need to make one correction, and that is in relation to paragraphs 23 to 26, where I refer to some figures around GDP and employment. I don't believe there's any errors in the figures, but I'm obliged to reference the source, which I haven't done in my document, contractually, and the information has been sourced from Infometrics, which in turn receive a number of their sources of data from Stats New Zealand, various surveys. So, having complied with my statutory obligations, just to pick up the point around the B and C conundrum that you're sharing around in terms of Manawatu hierarchy of obligations. I covered it a little bit in 14 in the appendix. Attachment D of my evidence, which talks about some allocation concepts, which I think are helpful. And I think it's relatively clear where much of the municipal supply priority falls. Of course, municipal supply, it's only one pipe. So some of that water will be in the B class and some of it will be in the C class.
Yes. But it's been put to us by some submitters, it's a pie that has no bottom.
I should also point out that the coat of arms for the Hastings District Council, anyway, in Latin is Ibis Ruris Concordia, which roughly means town and country in harmony. And you'll see in our submissions that the council has advocated, if you like, a little bit around some of the pain that might be suffered in achieving Te Manawatu Wai for our rural community, but also that there needs to be some acknowledgement that the statutory obligations that municipal authorities have to deliver water to communities may have to come first over commercial operations, even existing ones, because ultimately, with a scarce resource, we're talking about some form of rationing. So that's probably a segue into my summary evidence. I'm not sure whether you wish me to read that or not. Depends how long we've had it. I'm happy to. It really comes to the nub of the council's case, I think. If you'd like me to read it, I'm happy to do so. Or we can go to questions.
Yep.
Yes. So, as I said before, my name is Mark Anthony Clues. I am the Principal Advisor, District Development at the Hastings District Council, qualifications, experience and involvement in the various stages and plan and policy changes relevant to the current hearing of PC9 are set out in my statement of evidence on the 11th of May. So clearly HDC has worked closely with Napier City Council in terms of the Council's position on 9 and the preparation of evidence for this hearing. So Council's involvement has extended right back to the beginning and in fact before that, and the genesis of Plan Change 9. So it's an active participant. My evidence sets out the strategic context for the Council's submissions. This includes the Hawke's Bay's particular reliance on the versatile source of the Heretaunga Plains and the critical importance of water in the land-based production and processing economy that is critical to the region. Not just important, it's critical. Primary production directly related industry employs 14,000 people and generates over $1 billion annually. And I'm talking there about water-dependent industry, not just any old industry. For this reason, the Council endorses a pragmatic and precautionary approach in terms of effects on people and communities, while striving to make meaningful progress on dealing with any over-allocation. And that precaution particularly applies in terms of quantity. The Council submissions have been silent on the quality aspects. The Council believes that those are appropriate. It doesn't challenge any of those. And in terms of the question that Commissioner Kirikuya asked of the Council, that is one of the reasons why we support progressing with Plan Change number 9 to bank those improvements, rather than going back to square one and perhaps losing another 6 years. Okay, the councils do not seek...
Another 3.
On some clocks. The councils do not seek to minimise or resolve from their obligations to do their bit, both in terms of quantity and quality, to give effect to Mana Wai. Territorial authorities, however, have unique demands compared to other practice, often not recognised by our rural community, in particular in relation to its role as a municipal supply and in terms of obligations under the National Policy Statement on Urban Development to actively provide for growth. And I understand that to be growth in terms of development capacity for land, not necessarily throughput of existing businesses. The changes they seek to PC9 are largely reflective of these, as they seek to ensure priority and protection for municipal and community water supplies and flexibility to respond to changing growth demands in terms of allocation and access to water. Flexibility is an important component of the Council's submissions, that there may be various ways in which their obligations are met. A point I wish to emphasise in my evidence is the obligation under the NPSUD for all 3 councils, HDC, Napier City Council and HP Regional Council, to actively plan to accommodate urban growth demand in a way that improves housing affordability and is supported by planning and necessary infrastructure. Napier Hastings urban areas are Tier 2 urban environment under the NPSUD, and local authorities that share jurisdiction over urban environments in Tier 1 and 2 urban environments must work together while implementing the NPSUD. They are required to prepare a future development strategy every 6 years. It's reviewed every 3 years if needed, and which provides for capacity for expected demand over the next 30 years. And the councils have already had an active voluntary arrangement to work together in this with the Heretaunga Plains Urban Development Strategy, and currently are starting to embark upon a review of that, possibly in a larger format to preempt, if you like, the changes that are coming in terms of spatial planning. So the current version of the Heretaunga the current version of this for the Heretaunga Plains is HPAS 2017. However, information for Stats New Zealand indicates that growth predictions in that document are significantly understated. And I've tried to put a table in there to show that this has been a moving feast over the last 5 years. and that's probably not unique to Hawke's Bay. It's happening around the country, but the scale of underestimation in Hawke's Bay by Stats New Zealand has been at the top end of the scale, not at the bottom. The next version will likely put expected demand at significantly higher than was currently provided for. A key issue for the councils is that municipal supply is tagged to that 2017 HPUD levels, which creates a real risk of an imminent conflict with the obligations under the NPSUD to provide and plan for the necessary infrastructure. The point I just want to highlight there, that the 10-year life of this plan is not the end of the game for urban development. We're looking at 30-year time frames, particularly for integrating with infrastructure. So we can't just say, well, the plan will change in 10 years and we'll fix it then.
The 2040 date from the evidence looks like it probably that key period in terms of infrastructure needs versus demand.
Yes. We will be looking at the next iteration for the next 30 years, and that will probably, recognising the extra population growth and some of the tensions around other resources like versatile soils as well as water, be quite a different document to the one that we've currently got. In endorsing the hierarchy of needs expressed in Te Mana Atuai, and the councils do endorse it, I point out that with an increasingly scarce resource, some rationing between needs and demands is inevitable. In that context, meeting statutory obligations to sustain growing communities must occur ahead of individual commercial endeavours, even if pre-existing. That is just a harsh reality of the situation we have found ourselves in. As well as addressing that specific issue, however, the councils are still concerned about how quickly the community can sustain changes required to give effect to Mana Atuai. They accept, however, that the improved understanding for freshwater resources in the Heretaunga catchments and their interconnected nature means that there is a need to take a greater conservation and demand management approach to reduce over-allocation across all users. While Mr Chapman and Mr Bond will talk about previous efforts for conservation demand strategies, the councils understand and accept that those will need to be put on steroids for the next period of time. Within that context, the councils, while supporting the pragmatic staged approach presented by PC9, have sought to identify changes to PC9 which will more generally assist in a pragmatic way to maintain economic well-being and ensuring growth can be provided for as required by the NPSUD and other statutory obligations within the restrictions of the available resource, including possible storage, in the light of the obligations of the NPSF 2020. The detailed changes sought are set out in the track changes version in the appended the evidence on the swing, as Mr Davidson has said, and generally discussed in their evidence and that of Mr Jury. In summary, the Hastings District Council and Napier City Council generally support the pragmatic SEPT approach proposed by PC9. However, they consider greater recognition of the priority and specific needs of people and communities for municipal and community supplies is needed. So I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you.
The population statistics that you present in your evidence, do they take into account the itinerant sort of workers that this district probably relies heavily on over the the picking season and whatnot?
No, they don't. They are permanent, estimated permanent households.
So those itinerant workers, do they place an additional? Well, they must place some additional demand on water resource. Is it a significant demand?
That hasn't actually been calculated. So the registered employer scheme, RSE as we call them, are a significant component of peak population, and to the around 5,000 odd people over the season. So it is very significant. They are accommodated in a variety of different ways. Some of them are in individual households, putting pressure on housing supply, although that's not huge, but certainly into rural cottages that have been converted. and the District Council has recently completed a plan change to provide specifically for RSE workers an industrial zone and camps, if you like, specific design accommodation on rural properties, notwithstanding that that consumes some of the versatile resource. It also requires some water, which are being supplied by the rural people. So,
and the other query I had, and it may have been the evidence, I might have missed it, but the District Council, have they done any investigation into storage as an additional source of water?
So Mr Chapman can perhaps give you more details on that, but we are on a flat plain. We don't have too many hills on our back doorstep, such as Dunedin might, for example. It's got 6 or 7 dams to supply their water. Yep. So the storage in the context of the Healy towing is likely to be storage off-river, up-river, and delivered down-river.
Well, yeah, and that's what I was getting at, is the council looking at options in that?
So as I understand it, the regional council is undertaking a regional water needs assessment of the nature envisaged with the original land and water management strategy. The first phase of that is to actually better able to predict the demand and the current supplies and where they're going, how they're being used in a lot more detail. And the second phase is then to look at filling the gap, which would be in terms of the storage. Now, the Hastings District Council has indicated it does want to be closely involved in those discussions. And I guess this goes back to my point about there needs to be flexibility to address the issue that we have before us in multiple ways, and that the District Council and the Napier City Council and the Regional Council collectively need to be working together on that.
Thank you.
I just had just following up questions just on the census, just so I just understand it. So this is the census predictions that were done pre-COVID.
Okay, so the forward predictions, the
yes.
20, sorry, I'll just find the page of the evidence.
Yeah, just looking at those ones from 94 onwards.
Oh, we've got it right. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So the bottom line,
so I'm just
so
wondering,
the 2020 projections.
Yes.
So those ones which variously have 31,000 and 52,000. So those are the latest Stats New Zealand subnational population projections which were released earlier this year.
Okay.
So they are post-COVID.
Post-COVID, yep.
Yep.
And
so those subnational population projections, as I understand them, for across the country, assume in the medium term a net inwards migration to New Zealand of about 25,000 people per annum.
so predicated on international immigration.
Yes. Yeah. And so just to put that into context, over the previous 5 years before COVID, the net immigration rate was up around the 50 to 70,000 people, which is why so many of the projections from only a few years before that were so underestimating what actually happened. So we had a massive period of immigration in New Zealand that wasn't really anticipated.
So that sounds like that's a key driver. And I just wonder if there are any others that we should be aware of. Most trends in New Zealand cities is continuation of urban shift from people from living in rural areas or provinces to the regional capital. I know we don't have regional capitals in New Zealand, but internationally that's the trends, and you're seeing that in New Zealand, people migrating to the large cities in their districts or regions.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it is a complicated area. The housing issue in Auckland did appears to have motivated some exodus, if you like, to the regions. Some data that we have had has said that 6% of buyers in Hawke's Bay were from Auckland, and over the 2017 period that went up to about 15%. but it's slipped back again now that that market's stabilised at best. But you may have heard of the term the halo effect, and so now you're seeing Manawa 2 and Dunedin and Invercargill following some of the trends.
And I've made an assumption, I'd like you to correct it or not, that growth areas will be around the nodes of growth that you have currently existing.
So the current urban development strategy is to round off and square off the urban boundaries on it's all versatile soils encircling us, to round off those bits and pieces that so that we can still connect to the existing services, but they often have been subdivided down such that the productive potential is more limited than perhaps a little bit further out. But there is a great deal of tension even around that, and so the next iteration is going to be probably less greenfields, whereas the NPS, I think, the urban development, anticipates more. So we have quite a conundrum.
Up and out.
Yeah, up and out.
Yes.
Yes. So certainly intensification is going to be an important component.
Okay.
One of the questions that I still haven't really got a full satisfactory answer to is how you give effect to Te Manawa Te Wai. I keep going back to it. And whilst what I understand you to be saying here, that the hierarchy set up under Te Manawa Te Wai is not in question, but how you give effect to that. And I'm looking in particular at para 7 in your summary, where you say, as well as addressing the specific issue, councils are concerned about how quickly the community can sustain the changes required. And that's the bit that the question I want to ask. What do you mean by that? The changes? What changes? What are the changes that need to be implemented to give effect to the Te Manawa Te Wai? Because I'm not sure that those changes are that clear to everybody.
No, I agree with you. As this is a matter of scale and degree and the rate of progress. Because clearly we wouldn't be here if those obligations were being met now. So something needs to change, and that change needs to happen from within the community. And this plan change is about achieving those changes, or some of those changes, or making progress on those changes. But it could be a journey.
Okay.
Yeah, it could be a long journey, because there's a lot at stake, and that's what my evidence has tried to show. In making changes, there's a lot of consequences that flow from that, and there's a lot at stake. So our position as councils that look after communities, but also respect environments, is that we need to tread cautiously and take the community with us.
But are you able to actually identify some of those actual changes? Some things like, I'm not even sure what that's, but I'm trying to get a sense of what communities need to do to enable Te Manawa Te Wai to be seen, to be given effect to. And I'm struggling at the moment.
Okay, so the plan change is going to be the primary vehicle for achieving those changes. And again, that's why we think that we should bank all the effort now in terms of getting some improvements now. So that's reducing or removing the unused allocation, which is double the used allocation.
Okay. Well,
yep, that's the first thing. Very important.
That's one, yeah.
Because that's a major risk to achieving Te Manawa Te Wai.
Yeah.
The second one is to put everybody on notice and through the consenting process to achieve at least actual and reasonable, if not better than that. Mm-hmm. So wastage and unnecessary use is removed. Yep. So that will result in improvement. I think the argument or the difficulty is how much can we achieve with those sorts of measures? How much, how fast? And that is your job.
Yeah,
where we can be as helpful as we can, but we are signaling a need to be a little bit cautious because there's so much at stake for people and communities.
Yeah, I guess everybody is saying you need to take a precautionary approach to this whole thing. But I indicated the other day that I don't know, it's hard not to get a sense of some prevarication, right?
Yeah.
Partly because people are unclear what they need to do, but it's almost like they don't want to do it.
Yeah, I would suggest for the council's perspective, that's not the case.
Okay, all right, that's what I want.
That's not the case. And what I've tried to show in my evidence with the council's adopting some principles around how it wants to react in the water space in the future, with those principles that I outlined. Those are, the councils were keen and willing to take that approach. And it signals a significant change in attitude. And I think that's been arrived at because now there is, with the work the regional councils have done through the tank plan change on the model, has actually fundamentally changed our understanding.
Okay.
And I think that's really important. The challenge that the councils are going to have, and my friends behind me is going to come next, and Mr. Bond down there, is how to take our communities with us so that, because the biggest savings are actually at the household.
Yeah, I think that's the challenge I'm highlighting. Is how do you take the people along?
The people need.
What is it you said? Well, look, in order to do this, we all need to be doing something together, and you've already identified that. I mean, all three councils. I don't, I'm not for 1 minute arguing that the councils are not in favour of it or don't support it.
Yeah.
But I think we're still struggling to find out what is actually, what the real journey is, I guess.
And I think that the heartening thing is that through all of these changes that have come through the various NPSs, the community out there have been on board with the need to do something. So we know that their heart's in the right place, we think, or most of them. We only just need to get them to be able to put that into action.
Good, thanks. I won't belabor it any further. Thanks very much, Mr. Clues.
Welcome.
I think Dr. Kerr's got some more questions, just for specific ones.
Just a couple of questions, Mr. Close. If I can take you to paragraph 27 in your evidence, 25 in your evidence and check. So you talk about wet industry there, and I understand that the wet industries are almost all supplied from their own bores. Is that true?
I don't know. I haven't done that analysis, but I would suspect so. Most of the employment and the GDP come from, as you'd expect, food processing, either meatworks or fruit and veg processing. They're the big chunk, probably over half of those numbers. And we do know that they have their own bores, because simply they require more water than we can supply through a municipal system. And Mr. Chapman will talk about that in terms of what we do supply to industry. It's not processed water.
Okay, thank you. I'd be interested in knowing the extent to which wet industry is supplied from municipal supply from somebody, just as a general question.
Yeah, we can certainly try. I'm just not sure how easy that is going to be to
Sure.
do.
Even just an indication.
Sure.
Is it 5% of the municipal supply? Is it 2%? Is it 10%? I'm not looking for the
Well,
last.
if Mr. Chapman knows off the top of his head, I'm sure we'll cover it when it gets done.
Thank you. And my other comment, your paragraph 37, and the HDC is not attempting to avoid a conservation and demand approach to urban water, nor is it attempting to create scope for increased overall abstraction for urban growth or increased economic, rural or industrial activity. That's not the way I read Mr. Drury's evidence. It seems to me that is exactly what the council is endeavouring to do. So does that paragraph relate to the 90 million cubic metres? Can you explain it to me?
Yes, that's right. That is saying we're not attempting to create scope to increase abstraction beyond 90 million cubic metres.
Thank you.
And Mr. Drew clarify that perhaps in a little bit more detail when it gets to the specific changes being sought.
Thank you. So you're not questioning the 90 million cubic metres?
No.
Thank you.
Other than Mr. Drew will talk about whether that should be a target or a limit.
Yeah, I know.
Sarah, is it helpful if Mr. Drury should address that now? So we deal with it now, or are you happy for us to come back to it?
Let's deal with that now. Yeah.
So I think my evidence relates to the potential increase in scope for municipal uses when water becomes available for reallocation. That's probably the key message there. There will be, the plan change obviously throws out a lot of tools to pull back allocation, so presumably that will be achieved and there will be some allocation available to be reallocated in the future. I'm suggesting that the increased scope for that should be for municipal supplies to take that up.
It's not the, I guess, Mr. Drury, it's not really the impression we've had from other user groups. I think they all think that they would want their full share or a proportion of their full share in terms of the actual and reasonable use definition in the addendum report. And as I would read it, your non-complying activity or proposed non-complying activity would allow discretion above that 90 million cubic metre, that 90 million cubes. So it's a matter we can discuss later, but certainly that's the way I would read it in terms of your interpretation of rules 11 and 12.
Yes, yeah, that would be correct, and that relates to the fact that that's limits should be seen as more of a target for this period until the review of policy 42.
I know that's what you say.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. That was all our questions.
Thank you. Next is Ms. Wellcome.
Yes.
I would like to reiterate that the Napier City Council have been working closely with the Hastings Council in the preparation of our submission and our evidence. I have largely support Mr. Cruz's evidence provided on the summary of evidence, and he has answered to some of your questions, which obviously apply to Napier City Council as well. Overall, Napier City Council is very supportive of the objectives and direction of Plan Change 9, and I would like to acknowledge the work of all the parties involved in the TAG process, and especially the officers that have developed the Plan Change 9 as well. Napier City Council is conscious that it's required to provide by law safe and adequate water supply to residents and enable growth, and that point has been clearly stated by Mr. Clu's evidence and also Dito in my evidence. We are actively working on making efficiencies in our use of municipal water, and Mr. Bond would touch base on that aspect as well for Napier City Council. As an update to my evidence, we have just finalized the hearing for the long-term plan, and the water is #1 priority for our community and for the council. And all the projects and investment earmarked for the long-term plan it's going to stay in the long-term plan after that hearing process as well. So decisions are due on the 30th of June, but as I said, they have been mainly in support of that water as a priority, and we foresee that that's going to stay the same. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
just heard one question. It might be a question for Mr. Bond. It was just wanting to understand a little bit better that the investment, this is at your paragraph 11 in your evidence, the investment in water supply over the next 10 years of 74 million. I'm just wondering if you're the right person or Mr. Bond's the right person. I just want to just understand that a bit better in terms of what that investment is looking like in terms of water supply.
Yeah, I think that Mr. Bond will be the one appropriate to respond to that.
Do you wish?
Yeah, happy for you to answer the question.
Excuse me. So just the water supply specifically?
Yes.
And, okay. We had a water master plan developed the last 2 years. With that is looking at a lot of that as a result of the changes nationally as a result of Havelock in terms of public health management. So we're looking predominantly to develop 2 bore fields with then 2 treatment plants on that process stream. We're looking at having dedicated rising mains from those sources through to the 2 main zones, one being Taradale and the other being Mataruaho, Napier Hill, and then having the so that allows the water to go directly to the reservoirs and then being gravity fed from those reservoirs back into the network. So with that, we've got a resulting to upsize water pipes for 5 flows. The current system has the bores pumping directly into our network, so it pressurises the network from those areas. So with changing it to a gravity fed supply, you've got to allow more capacity to come flowing back rather than being pumped. And that's having the 2 separate systems with the dedicated rising mains allows us to economically treat that water rather than having treatment plants on individual bores. We have a range of them around the city at the moment, so we're looking to consolidate that. That's the general, just providing resilience. Yeah, the goal is clean.
I'm just trying to get a sense of what some of the key drivers are: resilience,
safe
capacity,
and,
safety,
compliant. Yeah, clean, safe water, and also to improve pressure and flow.
Okay, thank you. We didn't have any other questions for you as well. Well, sorry about that.
Thank you.
And we're just going to do a little bit of a reshuffle to bring Mr.
Sure.
Chapman on. Oh, okay.
Good morning. I'm at the doing end, and a lot of the questions I've heard this morning are about what we're doing in our 3 water space. So I just want to start off by saying that, when we turn the tap on, our expectation is that clean, safe water will come out of the tap. When we flush the loo, it goes away. And nobody ever gives a thought to what's happening in behind the scenes to make that happen. I'll address the, and that's just the reality, that's the reality of where we are. In terms of my qualifications, I have an NZCE in civil engineering. I've undertaken the training, the NZQA training for drinking water assessors, which covers treatment, distribution and public health implications. I spent 6 years on the board of IPWEA, the Institute of Public Works Engineers Australasia. In my 30 years of working in the industry, I've been active in the industry, attending training, workshops and presenting at conferences. And more latterly, I've been a key advisor to the Ministry of Health and the DIA in respect of the Drinking Water Standards Review and the 3 Waters Reform, and that's primarily from our experience with the Havelock North contamination event. If you would like, I will continue to perhaps respond to the questions, or would you like me to work through my summary of evidence? What would you prefer?
Perhaps if we keep that momentum going, if you can
Yeah,
respond to some of
okay.
those questions, and then we'll see
Sure.
whether we need to go through.
Okay, in terms
summary.
of current leakage assessment, the leakage that we undertake, with the assessment we undertake each year, we're around about 20% of leakage. We tend to use the terminology non-revenue water rather than leakage, because there is operational water that's not always measured either. But what I do want to point out, there's no national standard for leakage assessment. There's no standard methodology. So when you hear one water supplier talking about 20% and one talking about 15%, and water suppliers talking about litres per person per day, then you're not comparing apples with apples. So there is no standard at the moment.
No standard, that sounds like a consultant's dream.
Indeed.
So just to be clear, if you're pumping 1,000, if you're taking 1,000 cubic metres out of a bore,
Yes.
then on average 80% of that is reaching end users. Is that
No. The 20% includes leakage on properties.
so?
Our pipes leak, properties'
So
pipes leak too.
next question: do you know how much of that is on individual properties versus within your network?
No, we don't. We don't undertake individual metering of properties or universal metering. So we have 500 metres deployed across our domestic users, covering various different types of properties, to provide some indication of what the total usage from a domestic point of view is. We meter all of our industrial, commercial and extraordinary users. So all of the larger users are covered, but we don't have universal metering. We use surrogate measurements for that.
Is there any particular reason for not introducing metering?
Council's never had a reason to put universal metering in. And this is part of the situation we find ourselves in now, where because there haven't been restrictions on water use, perception has been we've had unlimited quantities underneath our feet, so it's easy to get, it's cheap, so why would you meter for it unless you wanted to use it as a revenue collection?
So when you say larger users are metered, is that generally commercial? Is there a threshold at which metering starts?
In our bylaws we define extraordinary and ordinary users. So ordinary users are single household domestic, or the purpose or the use is for domestic only. We separate out rural residential larger lot properties because they tend to have higher irrigation use, and all of our commercial, whether it be a small business, one person business, right up to our large industrial users, where they're measured for their the potable supplies that we provide for the people that work there.
So if I owned a childcare centre, that would be metered?
Yes.
So what you're saying essentially is it's only individual properties that aren't rural residential that aren't metered, and all those, so that there's anything over and above that is metered.
Correct. Yeah.
So how many people are, or how many individual properties are metered? Is that in the several thousands?
We have in total over 23,000 connections.
Yep.
Of that, we have a sample selection of 500 urban domestic properties that we use for surrogate measurement of the balance of the community. One other comment that I did write down when I was making some notes is that water meters invoke a right as long as somebody's prepared to pay. And I think this comes back to the question around values, how we might apply Te Mana o Te Wai in this environment. And I think that we have to connect with the people at the end of the tap. We can't stop delivering water to them. It's about how they use that water within their properties, and the connection needs to be back to the environment and to public health. Havelock North has provided a very strong message around public health, but I don't think that there's a connection with the environment in terms of turning on the tap or flushing the loo. And I think it's a huge opportunity for Tangata Whenua with Mana Whenua to actually lead that challenge. And that's how I think that we will be able to provide the connection. It's a connection with the people, not about what we might do or not do. We can't simply turn off the tap at a network level and say, oh, well, you've had your quota now, you can't have any more. And just for context, I've mentioned the 23,000 connections and 450 kilometres of pipes. Our pipes are sized for firefighting, so we have to have large network pipes, and naturally they have the potential to leak more than an individual property or a small pipe. I would like to draw your attention to paragraph 35 of my evidence and figure 5, because I think they go to the demonstrating in some way what Hastings District Council has been doing for quite some time in terms of water conservation and demand management, of which we've had an approved strategy since 2013. But particularly in paragraph 35, I mentioned there the work that we do on an ongoing basis in terms of applying annual water restrictions and an education program across our summer months, the metering of all non-domestic water users. We've implemented 5 demand management or pressure reduction zones, and we've increased our renewals program over a period of time to proactively replace assets prior to failure. And you'll have to understand that despite your best efforts, things will fail in the middle of the night that you didn't anticipate. What has been apparent in the last 3 years is that a lot of our leakages come about from failed water laterals. So the copper pipes, which are prevalent across Hastings, are now at the end of their lives and pinholed, and we now have a full replacement program rather than repair and wait for the next leak. So we've committed to an investment in putting new assets in rather than trying to keep old assets going. We've undertaken investigations in terms of smart metering. So when we talk about metering, our desire is to connect our communities with the water that they're using in real time, so that they are not surprised by a water bill 3 months later for a leak or increased irrigation or water usage that they were unaware in terms of the volume they were using. So smart metering provides an opportunity for both the network supplier and the user to be connected to what they're doing in real time. The cost of smart metering for our entire network will be in excess of $15 million. And it's probably likely, my perception is that as we move to new entities outside of councils, then metering, universal metering will probably be the way that they will both measure and monitor and use that for revenue collection. In addition to the things I've mentioned, an $89 million investment in water treatment and storage within the Hastings urban area will also provide us with the opportunity to undertake network-wide pressure reduction We operate at very high pressures because we pump directly from the bores to our reservoirs at high altitude, and we are looking to separate off the high areas from the flat land through network management, and that will allow us to reduce pressures from in excess of 1,000 kPa to nearer to 500 or 600. That will take a period of time to implement. The construction's planned to be completed by the end of 2022, and you could probably imagine that if we went from an operating environment of 1,000 kPa to 600 overnight, there would be quite a reaction within the community. So we want to do this gently and gradually so that we can understand where the effects are and then what we have to do to ensure that we can continue to deliver a level of service.
Yeah, I don't think the customers will be nostalgic.
No. Particularly on the basis that they're paying a significant amount of money to implement all of this as well.
What was that number of investment? I just can't.
89
89.
million for new treatment plants, new bores and reservoir storage. And I note that there was a question around storage. I know it was in the context of much wider storage to offset our increased use of the groundwater. Yes, a challenge for us, and while we would support that, our preference would be for municipal supplies or drinking water supplies to be drawing water from the groundwater system, which is relatively clean and is safer than having to install significant amounts of treatment to treat water stored from a dam to then deliver into the municipal system. So certainly a great way to offset usage, but we would want to continue to draw from groundwater, and that stored water is used for other purposes. If I can move to, I guess the one other item I would want to mention is that we are looking to reduce our leakage to 15% in the next 10 years. So the strategies that I've already talked about, we are expecting or anticipating that will lead us closer to a 15% leakage figure. And in my submission, I've talked about the network-wide pressure reductions and what we expect to achieve over time, which is 3.5 million litres less usage or less leakage per day.
Can I just follow up a question with that,
Yep.
Mr. Chairman? You said 15% reduction down to 15% by in
Yes.
how many years' time?
10 years' time?
So I think in your evidence you've got next, paragraph 35I, you've got reduced leakage to 15% over the next 20 years.
10 to 20 years, yep.
10 to 20 now.
Again, I can't, in terms of the investment, while I can put plans in place to increase the investment to meet these targets, they are still subject to council approval. What we are trying to do is set a regime for the new entities to continue to work on this program.
Mr. Bond's evidence, paragraph 39, said it was leakage was originally estimated at 22%.
For Napier.
Oh, okay, that's just specific to Napier. Okay. So is there a gold standard for leakage?
There's the ILI, the Infrastructure Leakage Index, which is an international framework for understanding leakage. What I do know is that in some parts of Europe, where they have leakage down to as low as 3%, and they've only been able to achieve that over like a 30-year time frame, and a huge amount of investment has gone into making that happen. their original desire was to ensure that they had a chlorine-free, or a system that was as safe as a system that has chlorine, so they were able to demonstrate that safety was not compromised. And the benefit of that level of investment in terms of managing infrastructure was that they were able to drive their leakage down to significantly lower levels. But I would have to say that on the evidence of experts that I've heard in this field, for New Zealand to drive down to those levels is far beyond the capability of any water supplier in New Zealand at the moment.
So that's the figure one in Ms Sweeney's evidence that she's got the infrastructure leakage and
That's the
that's
I have that as 36 of my evidence. It's American Water Works Association. Right, that's on the National Performance Review.
And I think she has some comparative data to figure just preceding paragraph 39,
Yes.
paragraph 40. Is that correct? That's the
That
same.
information is taken from the National Performance Review, so I would expect.
So it's what I'm saying is it's the same thing you're referring to,
Yes.
what she's shown. Thank you.
If you were hypothetically able to get down to say 5% leakage, that saving, if you like, in water, or what you've managed to recoup back,
Yeah.
how far would that go to satisfying or providing for the expected growth in population?
So 10%, our base usage is about 35,000 cubes a day. So 10% of that, 3,500 cubes. If you were to work on simplifying it, 1,000 litres per household per day, 3,500 households.
Okay, thank you.
So if you want to, the only way of reducing leakage is essentially replacing subsurface infrastructure, is that?
Well, I think we recognise that putting water meters in place has an impact on usage within the home because people are now more conscious of what they're paying. The opportunity to, as I've talked about, introducing smart metering, which gets people connected on a daily basis, will drive further benefits, and it will also help to identify leakage within the home. So as I've already said, leakage doesn't just happen in the public space, it happens in the private space as well. So more intensive monitoring in terms of metering will help to identify that.
But the primary focus of actually that long-term objective to reduce leakage from the system is replacement of old copper pipes with modern PVC or flexible joints, etc., etc.
Yes, polyethylene is the plastic of the day. The weakness with most systems is not the pipe material itself, it's the joints. The jointing systems fail, and yet you have a perfectly good asset, the connecting bits are the bits that fail. And if I use an example, asbestos cement is a material product that was heavily used in the 50s, 60s and 70s. That's all now coming to the end of its useful life, and it makes up about 29% of our network. So 30% of 450 kilometres of pipe is around 120 kilometres. You aren't going to do that in a year.
If you come from Christchurch, you've seen an awful lot of that thing happening.
Yes.
I'm not suggesting you need a good earthquake to accelerate your infrastructure replacement, but it's certainly
perhaps one
helped there.
benefit of Christchurch. Yes.
We've already had one.
I think a large portion of the old clay pipes have certainly been replaced.
But I think that does reflect that the approach in terms of renewing assets also has a resilience component within this as well. So where we have fragile assets, and we use AC in that space, then we're proactively replacing that as the investment and the community can afford that, to get rid of assets that won't serve us well if we ever have a major earthquake.
Yes, true. Yesterday we had Dr. Jones from the DHB gave evidence or spoke to his submission more accurately. And one of the matters he raised was the NES supply to communities over 2008 NES for drinking water supply to communities of under 500. And one of those he mentioned was Omaha. What would be involved in bringing a community like Omaha, which I gather probably gets its water from a surface water source, the stream, here we are, I think it is. What would be involved in upgrading a water supply like that?
Well, Omahu itself has it's a community that's partly serviced by a community supply that we manage. Water is taken from bores that are close to the Narora River, so it's considered a surface tape.
Yeah.
And there's a reluctance from the unserviced community to move to a community supply, and their reasons are, firstly, why should we have to? So when we have the issue around safe water, they have on-site septic tanks, and they also have the ability to impact adversely on their own drinking water supplies. And we had that very situation in the Pakipaki community, which we have now extended the Hastings supply to, because of the public health risks of on-site wastewater and private water supplies being essentially interconnected. In terms of a very poignant example of servicing a community that wasn't serviced, Bridge Park is where the Hastings District Council stepped in about 2009, when we had a community where the private bores were running out of water because of the groundwater depletion. And we built essentially a network out to that entire community. Some of that was funded through the central government capital assistance program, and the balance was funded from the Hastings community itself. So it is possible. There's always an engineering solution, but it does come down to cost and need.
Yeah. So is Bridge Park more than 500 people?
It's the wider community of which we serviced. It's a fairly so it covers a broad area. It's not intense in its location, but it was around 500 properties, so more than 500 people.
Another topic I want to ask a question about. This, I don't think I've read anything in the evidence from the District Council about stormwater, and there's quite a lot from Hastings District, Napier City, because I know their stormwater goes to Ahura Estuary, and that's a particularly sensitive environment. Where does I presume that most of the stormwater from Havelock North goes to the Karamu,
Correct.
And from Hastings itself?
Hastings, everything in Hastings drains to the Karamu catchment as well, ultimately to that.
And those consents, are they coming up for replacement sometime in the reasonably near future?
Yes, next year, 2022.
So, and the council, I don't think, has taken a very strong stance against the provisions in Plan Change 9 relating to stormwater. Can I take it from that the council's reasonably comfortable with meeting those provisions as they exist in Plan Change 9?
We've effectively been operating under those requirements since 2010. The consent, as it was at that time, included significant number of conditions which we're expecting to be rolled through in a plan change around 2013, and have sat there. So we've been operating in an environment that has been more substantive and extensive than the rules and provisions provided for. So effectively for us, we'll continue to move on that journey. So we're not in a situation where we're catching up. The rules and the provisions and the plan change are actually catching up to where we are.
Okay, thank you.
I just noticed we haven't covered off from your summary and your evidence any other points regarding source protection zones.
Yes.
Was there any particular points you wanted to make to us?
Yes, I would, and I think it's important that the backdrop to source protection is around this paradigm that we lived in where groundwater was considered immune from contamination, and that was well and truly debunked with the Havelock North contamination event. I think the relevance of that is that there was a significant amount of sickness with over 5,000 people becoming ill, 50 hospitalisations, and it contributed to 4 deaths. The situation at the time was that the Brookvale water supply, the science and the evidence that we had around that demonstrated that we met the requirements for bore security as such, which I know will not be provided for in the new drinking water standards. So the very information that we had around the business as usual, as we like to call it, gave us a false sense of security that everything was fine. And I think that's important in terms of the discussion around the science being used to determine whether a line sits here or whether it sits there. As I've submitted in my summary evidence, that the extent and the nature of the source protection zone is at best fuzzy. The science will never be able to accurately determine whether it sits here or there. And that's why I'm strongly proposing a very precautionary approach and being conservative in this space. If I can use an example, yesterday I was notified that a large chemical storage company is coming to town, and they're going to be setting up in an area which just happens to be right on the fringe of the source protection zone. Now, the regional council, or the numerical model, doesn't quite pick up that area. The analytical model just does. But I think it shows a point where we might be satisfied that a business that's going to have significant agrochemicals stored on site will be right on the fringe of a source protection zone. And it's not so much about what happens day to day. When there's an accident or there's a flood, those contaminants have the potential to get out into the environment. And we don't want that to happen where our drinking water sources come from. So for me, it kind of demonstrates that we should always be cautious, and as a water supplier, we need to have the ability to be advised of when these risks might occur, and before businesses set up and those contaminants appear in our source protection zones, that we have some ability to be able to engage with those applicants and understand what they're doing, and being able to put our thoughts and ideas forward around what they might need to do to mitigate those risks.
In terms of triggering the process.
Yeah, it's about triggering the process and ensuring that we can be satisfied that the mitigation measures, because as we know, accidents happen, and we don't want those accidents to impact on our drinking water sources. As Ms Davidson referred to with the Omahu industrial area, that concerns me, where we have an industrial area that's been there for quite some time, continues to expand, and we continue to grant discharges of wastewater and stormwater to land when they're in close proximity to a reticulated network. And we need to change the landscape here. We need to ensure that the risks are made apparent to us, and if it means that we have to extend our networks for wastewater to provide a mechanism to take those contaminants away, rather than put them on the land and wait for a flood or something to transport them somewhere else. I think that's a better way.
If that area floods Napier, Hastings might have some serious problems as well, I suspect, just looking at your map.
Yeah.
Just see if we've got any further questions for you, Mr. Chairman. And if we don't, we're going to take a bit of a break. Doesn't seem like there's any more questions. So we'll, June, we'll come back at 20 past 11. And we've got the last two.
We've got Mr. Bond and then the two planning witnesses.
Yes, that's right. Thank you.
and he asked me, is that the Horonui or Waiau River down there? And I said, I'm not sure, mate, don't think it was somewhere else. No, that-
I suppose it's appropriate to make a little bit of an announcement. I understand there's going to be a announcement at 1 o'clock this afternoon from Wellington, just in regards to COVID in the community down there. So just a reminder that if people haven't, please make sure that they've used the Tracer app, and you've got that recorded just in case any of us folk have been in Wellington in the last wee while, and I'm sure there's a few of us who've either been through Wellington, working in Wellington, or live in Wellington. So just a little bit of a reminder for everyone. And
There's nothing wrong with people from Wellington.
yeah, it may mean that I'm not going to be in Wellington tomorrow, which suits me just fine. Yes, so any excuse to stay here in Hawke's Bay would be appreciated. Okay. So we're back in your hands, and I think Mr. Russell Bond is our next.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Yes, thank you. So I'd like to just follow on from Mr. Chapman and I guess acknowledge a few of your questions. My personal qualifications, I have a Bachelor of Science in Environmental Technology from Waikato, and that was majoring in industrial chemistry, microbiology and environmental technologies. Also had national reticulation training from OPIS training, and also was on working parties that helped develop the 2005 and 2008 drinking water standards. And I've been a member of the Water Services Managers Group, which is the national water industry for 20 years.
Thank you.
Just on the topic of leakage, sorry. Can I just take a minute? Yeah.
Just a break.
Yep.
You want a break?
Yeah, sorry, I don't know why I'm just got shakes. I just had a coffee.
Okay, yes, sorry.
Do you want us to go on?
Are you feeling okay? Do you want to
I might
just
just
take
go
a little
for a
bit of
walk.
break?
Yeah, we might
Sorry.
move on to another
That's
witness,
perfectly
if
fine.
that's okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I'll call Ms Sweeney and we'll come back to
You let us know when you
Mr. Bond.
feel comfortable to present.
Just reacting to the coffee, sorry.
You're good. Yeah, thank you. So I just a question, do you want me to read my summary or just?
Yes, please.
Okay. So just start there, I said before, Annette Sweeney, I'm a principal of Good Earth Matters Consulting.
Oh, we probably don't need to go through those
Good,
preliminary
yep.
parts.
I guess there's 3 points or 3 areas that my evidence and the summary covers.
Yes.
The first is around the allocation of water for municipal water supplies, and that relates to the council's submission seeking that policies and rules reference HPUD's 2017 or successive versions or any requirements prescribed under the MPS on urban development. And as has been traversed already this morning, that the most recent growth projections indicate that the growth is likely to significantly exceed that stated in HPUD's 2017. The other area, I guess, that needs to be noted is that due to water services reform, it's likely that councils will need to consider expanding their serviced areas such that more properties may need to be supplied without any additional growth. And Mr Chapman spoke about this morning in terms of the Hastings urban supply has already been expanded to service Bridgepower and Pakipak. So there's kind of, I guess, two areas where the municipal water supply may need to, or will need to service more people than it is doing now. One is through growth and the other is through expansion of that networked area. So the relief sought was that the policies and rules reference those newer growth projections, and also that there be a pathway for consenting of municipal water supplies that doesn't lead to a prohibited activity rule. Now, in terms of that pathway, what the councils are seeking is that there is ability to obtain some more allocation of water if needed to provide for those growth projections, but only in the case where efficiency standards are met. So definitely not an intention to avoid the need to have efficiency and achieve best practice standards, but noting that there's a practical limitation to how much savings that can achieve, and at some point the growth will continue beyond that, so further allocation may be needed. And in my view, the diagram provided by the Regional Council officers in terms of Rules Tank 11 and Tank 12 was helpful, but I consider that there is potential that an application where a council is seeking additional water to meet growth demands may be interpreted as being prohibited under Tank 12, and that relates to how the activity is described and whether it meets the intent, the wording of a continuation of existing activity under Tank 11. So the evidence I presented is that there is an addendum to Rule Tank 11 which could be made, which would make it clear that that instance it would be a discretionary activity and not lead down a prohibited activity pathway. So the relief sought is really to provide clarity that that would be the case. And then obviously for reasons set out in my evidence, if that pathway is to be provided, then in my view the policy provisions should provide for reference to the successive versions of HPUDs and not be restricted to the HPUDs 2017. The other area where there's a need for the rules to provide for that growth is in relation to transfers, and that relates to RRMP Rule 62A. And in my opinion, there remains some ambiguity about the wording of that rule, and the relief which the council is seeking is that some clarity be provided so that RRMP Rule 62 enables transfers from one municipal supply to another, so between the Napier and Hastings systems, but also where the network is expanded into essentially self-service areas, that there be some ability to transfer that allocation to the municipal supply so that it's got ability to deliver to those expanded areas. And I guess just referencing Bridgepower and Pakipaki, those are areas where the Hastings network was expanded, so provided for those additional communities, and that was done without seeking any additional allocation at the time. But those that action really is pulling out some of the headroom that the community has to grow within its existing consented allocation. So it's about enabling that growth and that expansion of the network where it's appropriate, and having that allocation provided. I haven't picked it up in my evidence or my summary, but I note that RRMP Rule 62A, that being a controlled activity, the relief that's seeking there may need to be some consequential changes to Tank Policy 28 as well to have some consistency of wording. So it's just a point to raise there. In terms of source protection provisions, the relief sought was essentially to achieve some consistency across the plan, so there were some minor amendments around the matters of control and discretion, and to reflect the recommendations of the joint working group. and those amendments have largely been accepted in the Section 42A addendum report, except there's a couple that I've just noted in my summary starting at paragraph 9. One is in relation to objective tank 9. So amendments have been made to that objective in response to the evidence by others, and to essentially write that objective as an outcome statement. I support that approach, but I note that the wording related to managing risk to the source water has been removed. In my opinion, managing risk to the source water is a key part of the source protection framework, and the objective should reference both the suitability for human consumption, which it does, and that risks are appropriately managed. So we would like to see that wording reinstated. The other area relates to policy tank 7, and that's covered in my evidence of paragraphs 54 to 56. So as written, that policy establishes a mechanism by which the source protection zones can be updated via a consent process. I consider that's no longer appropriate given that the current proposal is for the source protection maps to be maps within the regional plan in order to have regulatory status, and therefore updating those through a resource consent process would be inappropriate. It would need to go through a plan change process. So in my view, policy tank 7 remains relevant, but it needs to be redrafted to refer to source protection extents rather than source protection zones. The last point in terms of the source protection zones maps relates to the evidence that Mr Chapman has led, and the District Council's seeking the larger source protection map for Hastings Supply. And note that Regional Council officers have stated that they consider that the source protection zone sought by the District Council is overly conservative. Obviously the spatial definition, the modelling of that is outside of my expertise, but I note that from a planning perspective I consider that a precautionary approach would be appropriate in terms of managing source water, and it would not be inconsistent with Objectives Tank 4 and Policy Tank 6. In terms of regulatory burden, because I think that's an issue which is often stated in terms of these issues, that essentially we're drawing a line on a map, which means that there's obligations on landowners and occupiers in that area that they may need to seek consent for activities which they otherwise wouldn't need consent for. So what I do note is that where the SPZ is increased over the unconfined aquifer, it doesn't increase any regulatory burden, so the consenting needs are the same, because the source protection zone provisions have essentially been developed such that it gives the source protection zone the same protection as the unconfined aquifer. So the activities which need consent over the unconfined aquifer are the same as what needs consent under source protection. What the source protection provisions do is they make it explicit what's required in terms of the assessment for source protection, so it provides some clarity into that consent process. I do acknowledge, however, that where the source protection zone may be extended over the confined aquifer, there are some changes in activity status, and I've set that out in the table in paragraph 12 of my summary. So there's three activities which are moving from permitted, in other words not needing consent, through to restricted discretionary. So I note that that is a cost on the property owners in that space. However, do note that just because an activity is permitted doesn't necessarily mean that it's a zero cost activity, and I point to, for example, new sewage systems. To be permitted requires compliance with approximately about 21 criteria, including that there's advanced primary treatment and maintenance in accordance with manufacturer's recommendations. So there is an expectation that there's an ongoing need to maintain service and support that permitted activity.
So by sewage systems there you mean domestic
on-site wastewater, yes.
On-site wastewater.
Yeah, so that's the I guess the outstanding matters in terms of source protection. There is one other matter which I haven't picked up in my summary that was in the council's submissions and my evidence and not responded to in the section 42 addendum, and that is relation to the farm plans and industry collective, catchment collective provisions. The councils were seeking that some advice note be included into the requirements for farm plans, which is really trying to send a signal to the drafters of those plans to engage with the water suppliers to be able to understand potential risks of their activities. So the councils are trying to seek a framework where people within the source protection zones will engage with the water supplier so that there's understanding about the activities which are occurring, and there can be a discussion as to what the best form of risk management is. The advice note is simply intended to direct people that it's not up to themselves individually to do that risk assessment and understand the water supplier, that the water suppliers are willing to be engaged with the landowners and work collaboratively in that process. In terms of stormwater provisions, the minor corrections which were sought by the councils have largely been accepted in the Section 42A addendum report. There are four areas that just want to draw attention to. One relates to policies 28J and 31C, which appear to be directing amendments to the district plans, which, while the councils are supportive of a collaborative approach and alignment, we are just questioning whether that's an appropriate direction to be given through a regional plan policy. In terms of Rule Tank 19, that provides for stormwater from individual properties to be considered as permitted activities. And the intention, I understand, of that rule was that it wasn't intended to provide for stormwater from individual properties to be permitted activities where they could connect to a stormwater network. And I raised in my evidence some concern around the condition in that rule, and I note that the Section 42A officers had some difficulty with the relief that I suggested, which I don't necessarily disagree with. Regional council officers have recommended deletion of that particular criteria and have indicated that rules 19 and 20 do not enable people to, or developers to, have permitted activity or discharges to land where there's a stormwater network available. My view of that is I do not necessarily see that that intent has been achieved through rules 19 and 20. Particularly that Rule 19 allows for permitted activity as discharge of stormwater to land for anything with less than 1,000 square metres of area impervious land. So there's potentially some cumulative effects which may occur in development if that occurs. You'll see from the exchange of evidence and the Section 42A reports that both myself and the regional council officers have probably struggled to word an appropriate phrase, and I'm suggesting that maybe that may be a matter for caucusing if we can, if there's agreement in terms of the intent. In terms of Rule 21, that's the rule which provides for municipal stormwater systems as a controlled activity. There has been some amendment to Clause AII in relation to my evidence. I'm suggesting here that we also need to provide for primary flow paths as well as secondary flow paths within that amendment, and that would cover the situation of open water courses which are used for conveyance of stormwater as both primary and secondary flow paths, and that's simply to ensure that the stormwater networks can be considered under the controlled activity status. My last point in paragraph D there is also to ensure that the municipal stormwater networks can be considered as a controlled activity. At the moment, how it's written is that to be a controlled activity, the discharge cannot have any sewage, black water or grey water. Now, I agree with the intent that the stormwater system should not convey those elements. However, any presence of E. coli may mean that it gets essentially ruled out of being considered as a controlled activity. So I'm just suggesting that an alternative phrasing may be that the discharge, the diversion of the discharge shall not contain any discharges from a stormwater network or part thereof that includes a direct connection from a sewerage, black water or grey water system to the stormwater network. And in terms of that, I note that the assessment criteria and the integrated catchment management plan criteria require consideration around overflows of sewage systems into stormwater. So this is not intended to avoid the need to address overflows and remove those from the system. It's just simply to make sure that the literal interpretation of that criteria is such that those plans, those networks can be considered as a controlled activity. So happy to answer any questions.
Just in terms of primary and secondary flow paths,
Yeah.
are they defined anywhere in particular?
I don't know if they are specifically defined. I would expect them to be identified through the integrated catchment management plan. Normally the primary flow path is the piped and the open watercourse network, and secondary is often the roading network plus any specific secondary flow paths.
Just wondering if that wording is clear enough to avoid any confusion or
Oh, okay.
misinterpretation
Sorry, so you're meaning, yeah.
within the plan, that is.
Yeah, the primary and secondary flow paths, and what they mean would be defined in the stormwater bylaw and normally in the code of practice or engineering standards for the particular council, and that's typically referred to through the district plan.
I might come back with another question in your last paragraph. I'll digest it again.
In your paragraph 3, how would efficiency be measured?
Yeah, that's a good question. My reference there is in relation to, I think, policy 1050, where it talks about efficiency, best practice, and including the ILI of 4 or better. And I think Mr. Chapman's alluded to the fact that there is no national definition of efficiency in terms of these networks.
I know I found it wasn't anywhere. So what would you understand by efficiency? Because if you put something like that in,
Yeah.
and it can't be measured or it can't be defined, it's a fairly meaningless word in a policy, objective policy or rule.
Yeah. I agree with you, there's difficulty in that. It's not unusual for plan provisions to refer to best practice in terms of industry. The question is what that means. My expectation is that that's coming through the water services reform. I know it's something which Taumata Arawai is looking at, but you're right that at the moment the best measure that we would have is the infrastructure leakage index,
Which is a comparative instrument primarily.
It's a standardised methodology in terms of assessing the non-revenue water, and I'm stepping a little bit outside of my area, so Mr. Chapman may want to add to this, and then the bands which they're put into, and that is a comparative basis.
It would just concern me that if a measure was put, something like that was put in the plan and didn't have some quantifiable basis, or at least some measurable basis, then it just becomes a word that gets argued about in future consent conditions and those sort of things. So if any of you have any suggestions about how that might be measured, we'd be interested in hearing them, or I'd certainly be interested in hearing them in due course, because I'm always very leery having come across that word in plans when I'm doing consent decisions, it's really difficult to assess if you don't have some at least measure, semi-quantifiable performance standard.
Yeah, that's fair.
Would you like me to comment? I think as a water supplier, there are a range of tools in the toolbox that you can apply to both demand management and managing infrastructure to reduce leakage and the like. I think what's important here is if a water supplier has a strategy, so they've identified where low-hanging fruit are, where other tools might be employed, and I talked about water metering, to then achieve more in, let's talk about being efficient, it's still ultimately going to have a measure in place, i.e. 15% or 10%, and a standard for being able to measure and report on that. So it's where you can get best value for your investment in terms of reducing leakage and then being able to demonstrate that. So I don't think there's a simple equation or something simple that says when you reach this target you're being efficient. If I use it in an industry sense, an industry could be very efficient in terms of inputs and outputs, but be very inefficient about how they're using that water. So yeah, I don't think you'll be able to define it in one particular sense. It's about having a strategy in place. Everyone's agreed that if you're implementing the strategy and doing the things roughly in the time frames with the investment that you're proposing, then you're moving on that continuum of being more efficient, adopting best practice and doing the things that a prudent water supplier would do.
Thank you. If you can think of a measure, I'd be interested in knowing.
Just a clarification. This is at paragraph 14A, and just which says policies 28J and 31C, and just in more evidence says policy 28G and policy 31C. Just clarifying, is it 28G or J?
Yeah, policy 28J.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, in just regards to these matters, paragraph 14, A, B, C, and D, these are quite specific in matters of detail, and I'm just wondering whether it might be worthwhile a conversation between yourself and the council officers, perhaps during the lunch break, to see if you can come into any agreement in terms of specific wording or not.
Or sometime.
Okay. So we have a conversation.
Yes.
However, Kim Anstey, who has prepared the stormwater section for us, had surgery just the other day. So she's aiming to come in, but we're actually suggesting she shouldn't because she should be recovering rather than attending. So we're still having that debate with her.
So we'd request there's a conversation between you and the right council officer in due course.
Yeah, if those matters could be resolved, or any remaining disagreements highlighted, that would be really good.
Just on your 14D, well, sort of on the general topic, you've got there your suggested rewording, second to last line about a direct connection from a sewage, blackwater or grey water system. So those I'm just trying to work out how direct is a direct connection, because I do have some familiarity with cross connection issues and old sewer / stormwater systems that are designed to trip under high flow.
Yes, it's a fair question, and I think you're right. What I was intending, because I would hope that there's no direct connections as such. What I was
I think we all
intending
know
to
what
cover
you mean.
was
It's just
exactly
what it
that
says.
in terms of the cross connections, the previous combined systems, those sorts of things.
Yeah. Well, that might be something you wish to
Yeah.
discuss with the council staff when you get around to doing that. Thank you.
We didn't have any further questions. Thank you very much. How are you feeling, Mr. Bond?
Yeah, good, thank you. Yeah,
Okay.
apologies for that.
No need to apologise.
Yeah. So yeah, I just wanted to support Mr. Chapman's comments around the source protection zones. We believe that in light of some of the constraints that we find as suppliers and the responsibilities to protect public health, I believe that the larger of the two calculations through that planning process will help us and enable us to be involved in the process earlier rather than at a later stage through a building consent or resource consent process that some of our other council officers would then do. So it just helps us understand the risks to water supply in our source water and what might be required of those industries, and it's sort of really protecting the future problems that we might find that we may have to deal with. So, and I guess the Havelock event was, a representation of that, where the design of our boreheads have changed as a result of that to enable better protection of our wellheads, and I know Napier City has learned a lesson from our neighbours as well. And we've gone around and improved our supplies. So, in terms of the water demand and leakage, I've had a bit of experience in other councils around the country. There's a few examples. I know we did leak detection in Clyde. We ended up doing night acoustic detection, and I think there was a question around private versus public leakage, and we found that we had 15% leakage on the whole system as a whole, but 25% of that 15% was actual council mains, and the 75% we found was private plumbing. So there's quite a lot of leakage in the residential plumbing and household fittings. So it was quite a big statistic. We were very surprised about that. We thought it might have been the other way around.
So could you just repeat that statistic to me again? I just want to make sure I heard
Yeah.
it in the right way around.
So there was, out of the whole system, there's 15% leakage,
Yes.
and out of the 15%, the split between residential and public network was 75% on the private property
Yes.
side. Yep.
So 75% on the.
Would pass the point of supply.
Yeah.
So
That's
yeah.
right. That's right.
So that's effectively the connection between the network on the street and
Yep.
the private,
Yeah,
household.
correct. The Toby to effectively the house. Yeah.
And that was what, Clyde, did you say?
Clyde, yes.
Yep.
Yep.
I want to make sure you weren't referring to Napier City or...
No, sorry. Yeah. Napier City, we're going through leak detection works as well. We've and in the evidence, I've put a recent table based around the Ahuriri and the West Shore leak detection work we've done just recently, and that's indicated that we have a higher leakage rate to what we've previously calculated. I guess that goes back to Mr. Chapman's comments around, just the discrepancies in how we calculate and estimate the leakage, and when we go out and we find, we go and investigate further and we get more actual data that can feed in, we can, we improve our understanding, and we can target our response to that. And part of the program that Napier City has agreed to in the long-term plan is looking at creating DMAs, or district monitored areas. So it's looking at creating mini networks or zones within the supply, and we've recently created one in the Tamatea and Parklands area, and what it does is it allows us to feed a particular area from one point in the network, and on that point we can monitor both the flow, the demand and the water quality going into those zones. So what it does is it allows us to target and review flows going in on an annual basis, and then we can target and see those areas that have high leakage, so we can, I guess, target our workforce and resources into those areas rather than trying to do the whole city at large, and just not getting that efficiency or economy with the budgets that we have available. So we've still got, just on the back end of the Ahuriri and West Shore Leak Protection Program, we've got another 2 years where we're doing the other 2/3 of the city as well. So we are still doing a citywide approach over a 3-year period. But we are looking at that, trying to make an efficient, a more targeted leak detection program, like I said, with DMAs. There was a comment around metering. We currently meter our industrial users, and also we meter our Bayview residents. That's, I believe, it was when Bayview came into the Napier scheme. I think that was part of the borough days, and just the transition from when the borough was connecting into council. That was to enable, I think, a loan repayment for the pipeline and the connection. And that.
Has there been any data that would provide any understanding of the household use in Bayview vis-a-vis the other areas?
I don't believe I've put that in. No, I don't think. I can provide that if you wish.
It's more just a point of interest, just to see whether metering in one area suggests significantly or some significantly less use of water.
Yeah. I've generally found, having gone through the metering process in Central Otago, that the metering, it's actually how people value the water and that they use is actually through the billing process. So the water meter and the education, we found, didn't reduce a lot of water use through the community. It was only until we actually sent out that first bill.
The financial incentive.
Yeah. Yes. So, and it's the pricing structure that will then potentially get those changes.
Yes.
So the current structure with the Bayview residents is there's a 300 cubic metre, I guess, volume of water that comes with the connection. So that's an annual. Usually anything over that 300 is billed at a volumetric rate. So.
Is that for a household? Sorry, that 300 cubic?
Yep. Yeah. Commercial is strictly volumetric. So we've also got our water bylaw is due for review. So that pricing mechanism is up for review as well, because there's comments in the community about the just the fairness of it, given that the Napier residents, I guess, don't have that what Bayview sees as a restriction to their water supply. So, yeah. So I know council's looking at that in the next 12 to 18 months.
And it's always a political hot potato.
Yep. Yeah, because we've recently, just on the bylaws, we've recently done the stormwater bylaw review as well. So that was done last year, and we're currently in the process of going through our trade waste bylaw review. So looking at, I guess, the impact of our industrial commercial users on our networks. There was a comment around the processed water for industrial. There's a lot of our industrial users have their own bores that use processed water. But we do have currently 22 industries that, to some degree or other, use our water for process. I don't know the volume of that. I can, but given we've had 26,000 connections, it's quite a low percentage of our network.
This was a matter that came up where we had, I think particularly, well, I can't remember exactly this, it would have been Heinz Wardie's associated industries, and we're just trying to get a figure on, some were using municipal supplies, some had their own bores, and just trying to get a feel in terms of a percentage, how many of those more industrial type activities actually had access to municipal supplies, so they didn't necessarily have to fit the actual reasonable.
Yeah.
So it was just to having an understanding of what that might be. That appears.
The other water demand, how we manage water demand through summer communication campaigns. We have a sort of we work with our neighbours and regional council as well in terms of educating our communities for efficient water use and demand. We're in the process of reviewing our conservation management plan and water demand management plan. This is in light of our resource consents for our water takers due for renewal in a couple of years, so I think 2027 I believe. So, but that's also in line with the work that we're trying to do with the master plan and the new source bore fields. So.
Does Napier have restrictions, summer restrictions?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, the recent summer event we went to a level 3, which was all, it pretty much banned sprinkler use and it went to handheld only, so yeah. The other comments I noted here, I know there's the perception of rural, urban. It's not uncommon to the Hawke's Bay. It's something. It's a conversation I've had in other districts. I guess the urban areas, we do have a lot of support services for the rural economy in terms of the likes of the tanneries and the meatworks and the likes, even the port and the freight. So we do recognise those industries in terms of and the part they play in the rural economy. So it's it's just that it's a common conversation, I guess, in terms of and what we try to do is we make sure that we're playing our part as part of that wider with good efficient water use, and also ensuring that we're achieving the resource consents for our wastewater discharges where the same policies are required of our rural industries. I guess just to touch on just some of the, I think the question was the Tamana Arawai, was that, did I pronounce that correctly, sorry? The Tamana Arawai?
Taumata Arawai, water regulator.
Oh, sorry, no, the holistic.
Or Tamana o Te Wai.
Thank you very much, sorry.
Yeah.
So, council is, we have a very, I guess, a holistic approach to the water. We're very much aware that historically we've been quite hydraulic in our solutions, so it's very, very much trying to get water into the city and then get water out of the city in terms of stormwater and flood control. We've identified that. That's become apparent through our master planning process. We've identified the shortcomings in that, and We've got it in our LTP. We're looking at a water quality management plan, particularly in our stormwater. We've also identified the need for more cultural engagement and input into our design and management of our water. And so we have projects and budgets available, and that we are looking to help strengthen our management and policies around that. Some obviously that's come about through the stormwater bylaw work that we've done last year, and we've got a lot of projects around estuary protection for the Ahuriri, and also our waterways. So we're looking at ways of how do we improve the community's value in the waterways, you know, trying to get them past seeing it as a flood channel or a drain. We're trying to improve that, I guess, the ownership and the interaction in those areas. So we're looking at improving our waterways. We have our industrial area. We have encroachment issues where some of the industries their fence is pushed right back onto the water, the embankment, and so we're pushing them back off our land, the reserve, and we're looking at putting pathways so we can get more people down that areas and to help clean up that water as well. I know we've got a series of combined water quality studies with the Regional Council. We've done a lot of water sampling throughout our waterways to try and understand the condition of our water in terms of water quality. We've also looking at, soil sampling through particularly around the Pandora area, the Thames Tyne industrial area, to see the historic impact of that industrial area around there, and how we might rehabilitate, or what sort of treatment's required to actually bring those ecosystems back, back to good health. So we do have the Ahuriri Estuary Master Plan document, which is guiding a lot of that work, which has identified our development of Lagoon Farm, creating a regional park in that area up by the Park Island area. So that has been identified in our stormwater modelling and master plan as quite a key facility in terms of not only hydraulic improving flood management, but also a potential to improve the water quality before it enters into the estuary. We've also looking at ways of improving the comment around the stormwater being with wastewater getting into the stormwater network into the waterways. So we're looking at we're in the design phase of a large emergency storage pond at our wastewater treatment plant. So we're looking at, because our current restriction is through our consent, our ability to discharge during a wet weather event. So at this point we tend to use the network as storage, so we slow the pumps down and just and discharge at what the plant can deliver through the consent process. So we're looking to, but what that does is we use up the storage and then it gets to capacity, and then obviously it discharges through manholes and into the estuary area, so which is undesirable. So we're looking at having quite a significant amount of storage and develop that at the plant. So we're hoping to get that underway this construction season.
I think we might just pause there, just see if we've got any questions, and then perhaps pass it back to you if you've got any concluding comments or things you just wanted to raise.
I've got just two matters. Would Napier Hill, which is very lumpy, is it likely that stormwater leakage would be greater in hill suburbs than in flat areas?
Sorry, the stormwater.
Yeah, no, I mean water supply. Is it likely there would be more leakage from your water supply network, the municipal network in hill suburbs rather than flat suburbs?
It's quite subjective. Leakage, yeah. Leakage is directly proportional to pressure, so you can have more flow if you've got more pressure. So I guess the way that Napier is structured, that we get a greater volume from the same size leak as we would on a hill. But it's also, I guess, as Mr. Chapman mentioned before, around the types of fittings that we would have used throughout
The age of that network.
the age of the network. Also, yeah, construction technology, techniques and how it was laid. And also it depends. Also, what sort of soil type or geography you have your network sitting in as well, and can impact some of those fittings and pipes. So you have a different deterioration rate of going through peat, clay or gravels.
Yep.
So, yeah.
And second question, and I'm going to call her Anna because I struggle with her surname. And I was talking to Anna who said the council's very happy with Napier's approach to stormwater discharges to Ahuriri Estuary, and a lot of work's being done. I notice in your original submission there's very little comment on the stormwater, the proposed stormwater condition, proposed stormwater objective policy rule, flow, if you like. So you're pretty happy with what's in the plan at the moment?
So in terms of the stormwater,
In terms of stormwater?
I believe so. Yeah, that's
Yep.
So because we've gone through, we have a environmental solutions team who deal mainly in the stormwater and liaise heavily with the regional council.
Yep.
So that, yeah.
And I think Ms Sweeney's raised a few matters in relation to stormwater, but they're relatively minor, if you like, around those. So it's just some matters of detail that are of concern.
Correct, yeah. I believe so. I definitely believe the objectives are aligned with Napier's objectives and what they're trying to achieve within the city. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I just had a question. Oh, sorry.
No, just seeing if there are questions.
Yesterday we had the Ahuriri Estuary Protection Society, I think they're called, presentation, and they talked about some of the issues in the estuary, and I asked probably an unfair question about, do they know about the level of cross connections or sewage overflows into the stormwater system that feeds into that estuary. So I'm sort of putting that question to you. You've already sort of addressed it earlier on, but how much of an issue is it for the estuary? Is it something that only happens when you've got significant flooding, or is it something that's more regular? And how regular is sewage discharges into the estuary?
Yeah. It's definitely in high weather events. Recently over the weekend, but having said that we didn't have a discharge during the rain events just recently, but it's potentially a sustained, if it's a wet duration, typically more than 3 days, we might start to get a bit of pressure, but it's really about the intensity and the volume. Obviously we have areas where they where, like I mentioned before about the treatment plant, if we can't remove water as quick as we can, we need to store it in some way. And that's when we lose that volume in terms of in the network, and that's when it can be discharged. So there are during the November floods we had there are 2 spots where there are controlled discharge to our stormwater network. and it's at this point in time, there's no, they're a manual valve, so we're looking at, we've got a bit of work this year to put a flow meter on those and automate so that we know the volume of water that may be required to discharge through that. It's obviously not something we like doing. And I guess it's just the flat nature of where Napier's situated and its network. So.
Do those particular stormwater discharges have consents? Are they?
No.
They're not.
No, they're not. No.
So therefore, if there is a sewage spill into them, that's not currently consented either. I know. For instance, Dunedin has some consents that allow for that, but they're short-term consents. But
okay. I know regional councils are very reluctant, and I understand why, to consent those sorts of discharges. It's we've identified those, and our communities are one of the comments through the LTP process. They don't want to see any sewage discharges to the estuary, which we understand. So our LTP program is based around looking to address that. So we have programs in there to remove those.
So just on that, in terms of the time frames for that, can you give me a steer on that? So at the moment you talked about you've got capacity in the reticulated network that absorbs some of the overflow, and then you're building some storage
at the plant.
And I don't know what your time frame is for that completion of that, and then is there anything beyond that as well that you are looking to address?
Oh, most definitely, yeah. Excuse me. The storage at the plant, we're looking for 24 hours of volume. We currently we're looking at a 3-cell system. We're currently looking to deliver one of those cells this year. We need to that will add to our, we've currently got 1 cell there, which is quite small, which we need to upsize. But so we'll deliver the 3rd cell as well as upgrade the 1st cell in hopefully within 5 years as part of our, we've got to replace our outfall pipe into the ocean. So we're going through a resource consent process in the next couple of years. So we need to do that as part of the physical works to actually enable us to replace that outfall to provide that offline storage while we do the physical works on the connection. So that's we need that in place to help facilitate that. So that's a 5-year time frame. In terms of the other work and around our 10-year program is quite. We've got in the water, 3 waters alone, we're looking at a budget of $400 million in the capital program. And we're trying to address, obviously, with the recent flood, there's some significant flood concerns within the community. So we're trying to improve some trunk mains in terms of draining those areas that were significantly affected in Maraenui, CBD area. So we've got some significant projects in trying to help improve the flood control, and that will help alleviate that. That will help with that pressure on the wastewater system as well. So we'll try and reduce that stormwater entering the system.
Right, thank you for that.
Any other questions? I just had a question that's probably for yourself. And Hawke's Bay at the same time. I'm just trying to see where the levels of service fit into are they levels of service in the LTP, or they're sitting in a document that's separate, or they're a little bit of an orphan sitting somewhere else?
No, the levels of service typically would be in the LTP. They also sit in the asset management plans, which do inform the LTP. There's also a document, infrastructure strategy documents that councils produce as part of the LTP process, which has a more an overarching sort of strategy of and it brings in other sort of constraints or drivers for to improve the infrastructure. So yeah.
Invite Hastings.
So the same applies in Hastings in terms of those documents. What there also is the mandatory reporting requirements for the DIA. So they're in regard to response times, meeting the drinking water standards, infringements and abatement notices that you might receive in terms of discharges and the like. So that's perhaps clarified for a lot of suppliers the level of service requirements that they have to meet for DIA, but also included within the documents that Mr. Bonds mentioned are perhaps operational levels of service, which might be around minimum pressures, flows, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I don't think we've got any other questions.
I think we have one remaining witness, Mr. Drury.
Thank you. Actually, we might just, it's gone awfully quiet in here, so we're just going to stretch our legs just for a minute. And it might be because it's getting really warm. We're feeling the heat behind us.
Yep. Okay, so
I'm happy for you to interpolate as you go.
Yep, all good. I'll start at paragraph 6. Or actually, I'll just go over. Effectively, my evidence covers off 6 points. Arguably, the first 2 potentially the more contentious, and then the following 4 just some simple points to be made. So moving to paragraph 6. So the point there is that, in my view, the 90 million cubic metres per year is best referred to as a target as opposed to a limit. I provide some evidence there that essentially HBRC's own statement is that it's the best estimation, and I just do not consider that to be a solid basis on which to decide a limit, meaning the term target is more appropriate, with the comment there that a limit should be the product of the process in policy 42, once a lot more information is obtained. The councils are also concerned that neither the definition of actual and reasonable nor policy 37 itself contemplates a situation where an activity has been making use of the full allocation of its permit, has not been making full use of its allocation for valid reasons. So with policy tank 37 preventing regard being had to the value of investment, in my view it is contrary to section 1042A of the RMA, and from an implementation perspective actually places officers in a position of needing to reconcile a policy and a statutory obligation which actually pull in different directions. So I provided amendments to policy 37 to look to address this essentially, and that was a 2-step process. The amendments did not change the starting point, i.e. consider actual and reasonable as defined, but what they do is enable the decision maker to meet its obligations under section 1042A in a guided fashion and provide a small window of opportunity for consideration in line with the outcomes sought in the RPS of applications where, for whatever reason, the previous allocation has not been fully utilised. So essentially it's creating the opportunity to have a think about things in a guided manner. Moving down to the second point, so this is all about providing for future opportunities of a very limited nature. So Plan Change 9 should retain the opportunity for new consents to be granted where there would be significant social, economic and or environmental benefit. A new policy, referred to as Policy 37A, and a change from prohibited to a non-compliant activity status was proposed. So the new policy strictly confines the class of activities that may be eligible for consent to those that reflect outcomes and priorities identified in the RPS. So in developing that policy, we have taken a lot of guidance from what the RPS is actually telling us. A policy that at least enables the consideration of outcomes identified and prioritised in the RPS is clearly more consistent with the RPS than intentionally prohibiting such consideration as Plan Change 9 currently proposes. The opportunity to at least consider proposals also avoids unintended consequences, and I provided a few examples of such unintended consequences in my evidence. I was cautious not to try to crystal ball gaze everything in the future, but it was really just to present the basis of some of that concern. My evidence in chief then turned to the consideration of the pros and cons of the prohibited versus non-compliant activity status, and I referred back to the Section 32A report itself, where there is a lot of consideration given to this. Here the author stated on page 286 that it was very finely balanced. But my review of the Section 32A report was that the analysis didn't consider the ability to mitigate some of the cons through including specific policy guidance. And I think that's a key factor. Because in my view, with such a policy that we're suggesting, or policy guidance in general, the justification for a prohibited status does fall away. In my evidence, I make the final observation that as a minimum, applications for municipal water supply purposes should not fall to being prohibited under Rule 12, and that's consistent with Ms. Sweeney's evidence. I then move on to, I guess, the 4 shorter points there. Paragraphs 15, 16 and 17 refers to my evidence in saying that a conservation strategy is more appropriate than requiring municipal water supply takes to effectively cease upon a minimum flow. I go on to acknowledge that both cessation and conservation strategies are tools in managing effects during low flows, and point out that a plan need not just confine itself to one of those tools. It could actually consider both and apply them in different ways. And given the essential nature of municipal uses, a water conservation strategy may be a more appropriate tool than a flat-out cessation, which I acknowledge would only be the case if a municipal water body did not participate in such in a stream maintenance enhancement scheme. But as outlined in Mr. Close's evidence, there may be valid reasons why that isn't appropriate or preferable for a municipal supplier. So the key point there is that a water conservation strategy approach is a valid approach to be considered and provided for within policy, and is certainly the approach that has been adopted in a number of existing resource consents to manage the very issue which is being discussed. The matter around timeframes around the Ngātaroto River schemes, the point here was that Policy 41 basically directs the Regional Council to consider a storage and release scheme to offset the cumulative stream depletion effect of groundwater takes. Now, Policy 42 refers to effectively reviewing how the groundwater limit is considered. So if there's such a strong connection between the need to consider a storage and release scheme to offset groundwater take effects, then that scheme really needs to be investigated prior to the review in Policy 42. My concern is that there is just no indication in the policy that that will actually occur. It may be that that's the intent and has just been missed out, but I think it is important enough to make sure that that does occur ahead of the review in Policy 42. Turning to paragraph 20 under the title Groundwater Management Review, which is within Policy 42, our submission there is that that should be amended to require the consideration of new information on the long-term sustainable equilibrium of a groundwater resource that accounts for annual variation in climate and prevents seawater intrusion. So as acknowledged in paragraph 1475 of the Section 42A report.
Seems funny when you say that.
It does, yeah. Further investigations need to be undertaken to fully understand the water available. However, none of the items currently listed in Policy 42 consider that very matter. So we're just suggesting that maybe that should be included. The last matter there, transferability of water permits for food processing. Here, Policy 1048 relates to the change or transfer of water permits. The councils generally support the approach of considering the decline of applications when the change or transfer is away from the irrigation of versatile land on the Heretaunga Plains, primary production, especially food production, but is cognizant that water is not only required to grow food, but to also process it. So what we're suggesting there is that food processing be included as an exemption under subsection C of Tank 48 to effectively allow water to be transferred away from the irrigation of versatile land if that is to be transferred to food processing. In my evidence,
So you just suggested that so it goes C1, 2, and you expect 3 to be popped in there, is it?
Yes. And in my evidence, I just provide commentary there that would actually be better aligned with district plans and gives effect to the RPS, because both district plans do acknowledge, I guess, the very close relationship of food production and food processing as part of that total chain. So that was an attempt to summarise the highlights of my evidence, and happy to take questions.
A couple from me. First of all, why does Policy 37 prevent consideration of Section 1042A?
I think it's in the actual and reasonable use side of things. So I guess my thoughts there are, because I try to obviously identify an example, you may have a industrial activity who has established in the Hawke's Bay region perhaps only a few years ago. They have done all the right thing. They have invested in their water permit and had that granted for 10 years. They have invested in some infrastructure to commence their activity, but they may not have actually got to the point where they're optimising their infrastructure, or they may be doing that in a staged manner. So effectively, they may not have exercised the full extent of their permit. Now, 2 years later, Plan Change 9 comes along and says, right, when we reallocate water to you, we're only going to base it on your use prior to May 2020. Now, Section 104 Section 104.2a would direct a consent officer at the time to consider the value of investment that that industry put in. And I think that's where the policy fails to allow the consent officer to consider that.
If I'm making a decision on a resource consent, then I have to go through the Section 104 criteria, all right? What's the words? I have to have regard to the Section 104 criteria.
Yep.
So actual and potential effects, etc., etc. 104.2a is one of those matters, or whatever the clause is, that's listed in Section 104. As a decision maker, I have to have regard to existing investment. I don't see how Policy 37 prevents me doing that. I've got a statutory obligation to do it as a decision maker.
So my view is that the two pull in different directions, and I'm suggesting that the policy would benefit from providing, I guess, greater guidance or a surety to a processing officer that they may, with, I guess, potentially more confidence, consider that Section 104.2a matter without feeling as though they're directed by policy not to.
I just can't accept the argument, given that it's a statutory consideration. So you and I have a different view on it.
Yeah. I see it as a risk area that could be fixed.
My other question relates to your evidence in chief and what you're recommending at paragraph 27.
27, was it, sorry?
27 of your evidence in chief.
As regards policy 37.
Policy, a proposed policy 37A. Now, lots of people have disliked the prohibited activity status of Rule 12, so you're far from the only ones in that regard, and certainly it's a matter of active consideration for the panel. But just in terms of what you've got here, it's full of words like not or not likely, significant, not otherwise addressed, and then you say in paragraph 34 you would expect cumulative effects to be carefully assessed. Shouldn't cumulative effects, amongst other things, be listed in that particular policy, or any policy that's regarding a non-complying, if there's to be a non-complying activity status, cumulative effects should be part of that policy framework.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Okay.
Yep.
I just had a question just regards, this is at paragraph 41, and you mentioned it in on your summary, just regards those unintended consequences, and I just wondered whether you cast your mind by having those changes as you've recommended, whether you could foresee any unintended consequences the other way.
The other way, yeah. And absolutely. I think in responding to the initial concern and trying to present a solution, I was very careful to, take guidance from what the RPS is actually setting down and from those higher order documents. So I have tried to respond to the direction provided there, and I think that in itself, helps mitigate the risk of cumulative effects on the basis that the outcome would be one which is at least contemplated by the RPS. But there's a few, comments there to, curb things, for want of a better word. And essentially, the points under A, B and C, if you look at the proposed policy 37A, those points are really trying to acknowledge what Plan Change 9 is trying to achieve in terms of setting what I'm obviously referring to as a target. It's acknowledging the limits specified in Schedule 31 and 32. And that's sort of first and foremost. The points 1, 2, 3 and 4 are, they take direction of the RPS and the higher order documents that I referred to. And then finally I've stated there that the volume of take and consent duration may be distinguishing factors. So the point there is that you may get an activity which has considered alternatives and there really isn't any. It may be that the volume of take is quite minor and that it is consistent with the RPS direction in 1, 2, 3 and 4, and it may be that it's only for a limited time. So I guess through the criteria that we're trying to establish, that in itself is intended to avoid ongoing cumulative effects or, a broad spectrum of activities that could fall under the policy.
Yeah, because we've certainly heard from a number of submitters, and I wouldn't want to cast submitters into particular sides of a fence, and you could have those who are quite conservative and very focused on environmental conservation, and those submitters who are resource users who want to have a sustainable business and grow and want to use other businesses. And there are those who I'd class are a bit in the middle. They're both doing some conservation work and they're looking at growing their businesses as well. So I'm just trying to think about the different scenarios that we've heard over the last 2.5 weeks, and where we've had a number of users. I think there's been a consistent theme. They either want more water or we should use less water.
And I think
what might be some unintended consequences of having a window, be it a short or a small window, everyone will be trying to fit through that window. And
just
words like distinguishing factors, that's quite a broad term.
It is, and I think I make a comment in my evidence that, that wording can certainly be developed over, as part of caucusing and so on. But I think it's the principles behind it, I think, are valid in terms of responding to the planning documents that we're taking guidance from, and I guess the concern of no options. And in some respects, I kind of find, we were talking earlier about about the challenge or the tension about reconciling conflicting policy directions. And I guess in my view, this could be looked upon as a tool that does actually do that.
I can certainly see by the drafting of that's
the intention. Yeah.
But often it's the devil's in the detail.
Yeah. And also, but I would make the comment that, the consideration of the policy is implemented through a resource consent process, which is a process in itself. And there's, a wealth of guidance and scrutiny around that. And the point of a plan is to, provide guidance for that process. Those outcomes don't need to be preempted.
I suppose certainty is another factor as well. Okay. Thank you. I'll just see if we've got any other questions or supplementary questions. I'm just going to have a quick check to see if my questions have all been answered. We don't have any further questions for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's the case for the district councils. Can I just check there was no further documentation or information that you wanted us to provide after the hearing? I didn't have
I'll
any
just
notes
double
of
check.
anything.
We did
but-
have that request for a conversation with council
Yes.
officers when they're available. There was a couple of questions there.
And what efficiency means, please.
Mm.
So I think I've also got a note here about if we can, determining how much of those ANZIC classes that are wet industry are on municipal versus board supplies.
Yes,
You
it's
still after
figure
that?
percentage, yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. Thank you.
Yeah.
That was all we had.
Okay. Thank you very much
Hey, thank you very much
all of
for
your
coming
time. Thank you.
We are now on our break. We are scheduled to come back at 2 o'clock, but we'll just have a look to see, is that okay in terms of 2 p.m? Fantastic, thank you. And by then we will probably have an announcement from the capital about what's happening down there, so we can just let everybody know. That may or may not change travel plans for this week.